and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the... Oh wait, I should fix that title. Welcome back to StegoMonday number 2. I'm of course your host, VIP. With me, I'm joined by the players, the plushies, the people in the chat. Welcome everyone, welcome to another weekly open tournament. Long gone are the days of the Orsosaurus Cup. Welcome to the StegoMonday Cup instead. The second edition so far. Second edition, we have our first series, we have our first matchup, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone, we have the American Terran player, the Red Terran, representing the CranKy Ducklings as he is one of our own. It is Dolan. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Argentinian Terran player, the Purple Terran, representing Clan Niebla. It is Quito. We're proxying. As the SCV does move out across the map, it does skirt around towards the left-hand side. Second SCV is moving out as well, so it's going to be proxy 2 racks here out of Quito. Meanwhile, Dolan going for what looks to be a racks expand. It's still a little bit early to tell if he's going to take a second gas geyser, but if it's going to be an economic opener, this is going to be more ideal for the Purple Terran. And I need to very quickly set up the title. My apologies. On top of that, if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. Predictions are now open. Get your gamba going. The gamba, papi, the gamba. Ah. But, I knew I forgot something. So hold on. It's not the Wardy TV Monday. There we go. The StegoMonday number 2. Beautiful, beautiful. They just update the in-game title. Also, my apologies, I assumed it was going to be a proxy 2 racks, but no, it's going to be proxy 3 racks, as there is a third SCV. As we are making a third racks here behind this. Gases have been taken, so it's going to be 3 racks Reaper here from our Purple Terran player. But it was a double gas. Ooh, double gas opener out of Dolan. This is better for the Red Terran. What I was going to say is that if this was a single gas opener into a Rax Expand, into something more economic, then Dolan would be in a lot more trouble. But here he's going for a very safe response with this faster Hellion. Dolan SCV Scouts, yeah, he confirms that there is no Rax back at home. He knows that something is wrong, something is up. He does throw down a bunker as well. Very strong response here out of Dolan. Now he's scouting, he's looking, will find the Reaper. He shoots first. Oh, he does shoot first. Oh my god. Shuts down the first Reaper. A rough start here for Quito. Not like this. Every Reaper counted and all in. And the first one goes down. We have 3 more on the way, but Dolan is now fully aware of what's going on. The bunker is now done. And Dolan, he even sends 1 Reaper across the map. What does this mean? There is nothing at home to defend. As long as Dolan micros well, as long as he has the attention, he should shut down every single one of these SCVs, even throwing down a bunker in the main base. Oh my god, he's crazy. Bunker has been thrown down. Meanwhile, we see Quito trying to find a way into the main base as well. SCV's gonna be folding. Quito does bypass the ramp, does bypass the bunker, headed for the main. Ooh. Likewise, bunker under fire, and it looks like Dolan, he won't quite be able to finish the bunker across the map. Meanwhile, in the main base, his CC is going to be delayed. Hellion has arrived, and Dolan, he should be able to deal with this. Yeah, the boys are being pulled. Surround comes in, and the Reapers are just a little bit too low. They should be going down. 2 of them fall already. 3 of them fall. 1 Reaper left, and Dolan, he will defend. Meanwhile, across the map, bunker finishes. It's going to be salvaged. Alas, it looks like the Reaper got surrounded in the middle of the chaos. So Dolan did lose the 1 Reaper, but back at home, he's safe, he's secure. My apologies, thought that was a CC for a moment, but it's a 1-1-1. And Dolan, he has a massive worker lead, 22 SCVs to 13. And Quito just doesn't have the Reaper count anymore. I mean, he's got 4 Reapers. As time goes on, the Hellion count is getting higher and higher. Hellions, of course, they can do splash damage. They can, and they will. Oof. Yeah, the Reapers, they do line up. Nice control here, pulling back the weakened Hellion. Cleans up all the Reapers. And once again, Dolan does hold. GG gets called, and Dolan takes game number 1. Whew. GG. What a way to start the tournament. What a way to start. GG, well played. Dolan does take lead in the series. Again, it was a very committed all-in out of Quito, and he was gambling a little bit. Again, if Dolan had gone for a more economic opener, then it would have been a much more difficult defense for Dolan. If he had delayed his factory, which means later Hellion, which means Reapers would have been able to wreak havoc a little bit longer as well. But Dolan had gone for an SCV scout. He pieced it all together. He at least knew that there was some kind of proxy, or that there was something weird going on. Didn't know how many racks or anything like that. He came across the first Reaper, and yeah, Solid defense here out of Dolan. But we'll see if Gito can bounce back. I don't think we really got to see much of him, as game 1 was a cheese, was a proxy. Here in game 2, I imagine we're going to be seeing something more macro, but I don't know the kind of player that Gito is. I don't know if cheese is all he does. I don't know. I imagine not, but we'll see. We'll see if we see another kind of proxy, another kind of aggression, or something different. Oh, okay. Fun fact, Dolan, he's letting us know that he was actually looking for proxy Marauder. When he realized that the Rax was missing, when he saw both gases taken, he assumed it was proxy Marauder. He was caught off guard by the fact that it was Reapers. Wow, there you go. I mean, that was another possibility, true. But here we go, we're now getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the American Terran player, the Red Terran representing the CranKy Ducklings. It is Dolan. The danger, Dolan. Let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Argentinian Terran, the Purple Terran. It is Gita. Let's go. And this time, no SCV being sent across the map. This time it looks like Gito is going for the Rax back at home. We're calming things down after a very chaotic game 1. We're going to be throwing down that Rax, calming things down, and now we can embrace a bit of a longer game, a longer setup here. We can take a moment, we can take a breath. Gito is opening up double gas. Okay, so with this is going for, in a way, you could argue safer or more aggressive opener. It does mean that there's going to be a faster factory. It means faster Hellion production, can lead into faster Cyclones as well. Likewise, double gas out of Dolan. This makes sense from the Red Terran, considering what just happened in game 1. It does make sense to open up double gas once again. And the SCV scout is moving out. Now, in this initial opener, technically Gito is slightly ahead. The reason for this is Dolan is sending an SCV to scout. Gito is not, which means Gito has one worker additional that is mining. It's mining, that's of course gathering resources, so there's a slight economic advantage. The downside, of course, is that Gito's in the dark. Gito, he has no idea what's going on. Meanwhile, Dolan confirms the Rax is at home. So Dolan has the knowledge that he is safe, of course, that there is no cheese. For all Gito knows, I mean, there could be Raxes right outside his base. There could be aggression coming his way. There's a little bit of ambiguity as to what Dolan is up to. But outside of that, we can settle in. SCV does race back home. And we're getting into our factories. Now from here, we can just get into, Reactor Reaper Hellion. Again, we could go into Cyclones. Could go into initial Widowmine and go for a drop later. We do have options. Curious where our players take us. Either going for the CC on the low ground. Dolan moving out for a scout. So this is a risky maneuver here by Dolan. Doesn't want to lose the Reaper. We'll dip in, we'll confirm, and we'll get the hell out of here. But at least is aware that there is a CC on the way. Dolan doing the same. Meanwhile, we have our answer. It is going to be a Reactor Reaper Hellion out of Dolan. This is a much more aggressive follow-up. With this, you can get up to, 2-3 Hellions. Can get up to 3, if not even 5 Reapers and try to rush into the natural. Meanwhile, Gito is going for something a little bit more defensive early on, going for Cyclones. Is going for earlier Cyclone production. This can lead into a second Cyclone and a Medevac and a Cyclone drop. As Gito's going to be building up back at home. Yep, there we go. Second Cyclone is on the way. And Dolan is making an extra wave of units here, so he is going up to 3 Hellions and 5 Reapers. This can hit like a truck. Ideally, this gets into a mineral line. On top of that, ideally, this gets on top of the first Cyclone. So there is potential for Dolan to snipe the first Cyclone and then snowball from there. But that is going to be a big if. As this army can wreak havoc in a mineral line. And Dolan should be pulling the trigger once he has those 2 Reapers. Here we go. The Reapers, they pop out. And Dolan should be pushing. There we go. Does pull the trigger. Meanwhile, back at home, Gito did open up double Cyclone, and he's going to be moving out with the drop. Now, what is scary here is that Gito, as he moves out, he might miss the army. They might pass by each other. They might and they will. He does barely catch a glimpse. But Gito, he doesn't respond, and now his mineral line is exposed. The Cyclones are not at home. They're not at home to defend. Reaper goes down. SCVs, mules as well. So much damage already. 5, 6 SCVs falling. And Gito, he commits. He does commit. Reapers, they do get behind the mineral line. Hellions trying to work their way through as well. Ooh, one Reaper goes down. They do get more SCVs at the same time, though. The Cyclones, they're busting into the main. And is there anything at home to defend? There's one tank on the way. There's Marines. There's going to be a Raven. There's going to be an auto turret. Auto turret gets placed. Ooh, Cyclone goes down. Dolan defends. Meanwhile, back across the map, 11 SCV kills. Ay, ay, ay. Quito, though, he's not done. Does get a worker across the map, but it's still only one Cyclone. And it's not much less threatening. Dolan getting supply block for a moment. It does break out of it. Does defend. And everything just works out. Just, yeah, really fortunately here for Dolan. It was unfortunate that Quito had... I mean, he didn't miss the move out, if you recall. The medevac did catch a glimpse of the Hellions, but it looks like Quito himself did miss it. So, unfortunately, he did miss the scouts. As a result, he wasn't able to boost back. If he had, I mentioned before that the pressure was going to be on Dolan to snipe one of those Cyclones. Cyclones defensively against Hellion Reaper can actually perform really well. They can be really tanky, especially with medevac micro to lift and to pick them up. But they were out of position, right? Quito, he was out of position. He had gone across the map. He was vulnerable at home. And with that, Dolan takes a massive worker lead. And the pressure is on Quito now to somehow bounce back. Defending is not good enough in this kind of game state. He does need to counterattack in some way or try to be hyper greedy. What I mean by that, faster TC. You know, take a fast third base on location, just try and be greedy and cut corners, or try and, you know, set up like a counterattack doom drop for when Dolan moves out. Something more drastic needs to be done as Dolan is going for his own move out as well. Interference Matrix has been researched. He has disables on these Ravens. He has 3 Ravens in total. Has his tanks, of course, as well. Dolan is pushing. And this is going to be a tough hold here for Quito. He's got his tank. He's got Stim on the way. He's got up to 3 tanks, but only one of them is on the low ground. The other 2 are a little bit further back. They do need a siege. But even if they do, I mean, that's what the Ravens are for. Dolan, he is going to be slow pushing. Within range of the depots. Barely out of range of the tanks. Bushar gets thrown down. Cheeky move there out of Quito. I believe he has not researched interference matrix. Ooh, there's a disable. One of the tanks going to be going down. And Quito is up against the wall. He's even supply blocked. No. Does get supply blocked. Another disable. Dolan can push forward. He has his own Vikings. Oof. Yeah, and he's just slowly breaking his opponent here. There's one tank left. Not like this. There's another disable. Auto turret as well. And Dolan looks like he has done it. Game 1, he survived the aggression. He survived the cheese of his opponents. Here in Game 2, was a little bit cheeky himself. Took a bit of a gamble, took a bit of a risk, but did make it pay off in the end. Gets a kill in the CC. GG, well played. And Dolan will be taking the series here as he does claim control of the natural. Good luck in the tournament. Less than 3. Less than 3. And Dolan will take the 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Again, it was really unfortunate here in Game 2 that Quito had gone across the map when he did. As I mentioned though, like the medevac did spot the Hellions for like 1 or 2 seconds. Unfortunately, Quito didn't react in time. If he had, different game. If he unloaded those Cyclones, suddenly he defends the mineral line. He's able to hold on, especially if he has the micro to juggle his Cyclones and to keep them alive. Then he would have been able to hold on, and that we would have gone into a longer game state, into a longer back and forth mid game. But him committing across the map and losing his mineral line, that was a really brutal moment. And yeah, it did put Quito on the back foot. GG. GG, well played. Dolan does take it. Dolan does advance on. And now we're heading over to find out where we're headed next. Exclamation mark and B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is live. The bracket is stacked. And there is a lot to go over. Oh boy. It's a big bracket. Okay, from the top, I suppose. Hold on, just making sure we don't miss a game. Okay, from the top, we have the #1 seed of the tournament. Do you see what I see? I see Bian. Bian is at the top of the bracket here. He is waiting for the winner of Peruano and Mudkip Master. I think Peruano is near. I'm pretty sure that's near. An ex-CranKy Ducklings. So, yeah, I mean, that could be Tabito, but I think it's near. We'll have to wait and see. We'll check. Regardless, Peruano up against Mudkip Master when it goes up against Bian. Scrolling down, we have Matt. We have Matt versus Soita. We have Maples. He wins his series over not Kitos, but Kailos. 2-0. Does advance on to face off against the winner of Homemono and Medic Jr. Likewise, we have Geralt. Geralt takes down Cybertron 2-0. Shout out to Geralt, by the way. I know it is very late in Europe. Shout out to the Europeans in the chat as well. Did notice you saying that it's 2 a.m. In Europa. Shaking my head. Get some rest, Papi. Get some rest. But because it is quite late in Europe, we don't actually have that many Europeans competing here. You know, usually we have Clem, usually we have Max Packs, but they are in bed. They're not here. They're not going full degen, but we do have some degens here. We have Geralt, of course. We have Shameless, for example, and I do kind of have a lot of respect for these players. Again, they're ruining their sleep schedule to compete in the tournaments, and they can do well. They can go far. Wish them the best of luck. It is not an ideal setting for them, so I do wish them the best. As Geralt does advance on into round 16, waiting for the winner of Mute and J Money. Scrolling down, I just mentioned him, Shameless. Shameless, the Protoss player, is also up against Tatagiba. When it goes up against the winner of Zero and Patches as well. Shameless, honestly, he can go really far. This could even lead into a rematch of the finals of STC. Sparkling Tuna Cup was a couple of days ago, and the finals of Sparkling Tuna Cup was Shameless versus Geralt in a best of 5. I would pin them as favorite players to make it to the quarterfinals to play against each other as well. So I would not be surprised if that does occur. Scrolling down. Speaking of, again, Bian, he's the #1 seed. It's going to be all about all these players to try to bring him down and deny him his finals run. It's going to come down to Maples, Geralt, Mutes, Honmono, Zero. Wish them all the best. Scrolling down, though, we have the lower half of the bracket. That is where we are focusing our attention. Here on the lower half. As we scroll on down, we have Shin. Shin is the #2 seed. So we have Bian and we have Shin as #1 and #2 respectively. Shin is waiting for the winner of Macro, Juice, and Jojo. Is that Jojo? No, sorry, JJ. There we go. Is waiting for that series to wrap up. We have Nero versus Hu Shang. That was a tempting series. I was very tempted to jump on that. Alas, opted not to, but they're currently mid-series. Winner goes up against Dolan. Oh, sorry. Winner goes up against the winner of Shin, Macro Juice, and JJ. Dolan, he's waiting for the winner of Pig and Milo. Pig and Milo are mid-series. They just got out of game, so I'm actually trying to figure out what exactly is going on there. So we can potentially jump in mid-series. But they are facing off. Scrolling down, we have Estrella versus Duck, also mid-series as well. Estrella is going to be poised to make a deep run. We'll see if anyone can stop him. We have Solicitus taking down Veritate 2-0. We have Epic taking down Mollius Cold? Molluscoid 2-0. Waiting for the winner of Rebellion and STR Zoo. Rebellion's going to be favored. I'm honestly really tempted to try to head towards Epic versus Rebellion. I think that's going to be a really close series. Wish them both the best of luck. And that is all the players here tonight. As it looks like we do have a lobby. And we have a series potentially here. Do have a series. As we're jumping into Pig versus Milo. I don't know what the score is, and I'm hoping I get an answer. I'm pleading for a score, but we're jumping in. Okay, here we go. We're jumping into game 2. Jumping into game number 2. Of Pig versus Milo. I could do with some Milo, man. Could do with it. I don't know if that's a thing in other parts of the world. I know it's a thing like in Southeast Asia, but Milo. Need to wake up. We're jumping into game 2, and Pig is leading the series 1-0. And we'll see how this story concludes. Again, we're going to be following Pig versus Milo into Dolan. That is the plan. It's catching up in the chat. Here we go. Oh, hello, Quito. Hello. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Buenas noches. Buenas noches. And here we go. We're getting into our next game and into our next series. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Site Delta, we have the Australian Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing his own clan, Taste the Bacon, aka Pigpan. It is Pig. Ooh, going for 15-15 and spawning in the top left-hand corner. We have the, I want to say Canadian. I believe the Canadian Terran player, the Red Terran, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Milo. I believe. I need to double check. Here we go. As, yeah, we have Pig going for a 15-15 opener. This is something we don't see too often in this matchup. I say that we do see it often against players like Bjorn. This is a very safe way to play. This will keep you safe against something like 2rax Reaper, for example. And to be fair, I don't know what happened in game 1. It's possible that Milo did open up 2rax Reaper. If that's the case, then, I mean, this is a solid response here out of Pig. This will be leading into a 15 spawning pool timing. The downside of this opener is delayed gases. Your gases are far later, so Pig is going to be skipping out on gases initially, which means Pig is most likely going to be working towards roach play, as he's going to be droning up on 2 bases and prioritizing his queen production. Meanwhile, just quickly checking, because I'm pretty sure Milo's Canadian, but I'm going to look him up. Yes, he is. Oh, Bobby, we remember. Yes, the Canadian Terran player. So now Milo just going for a Rex expand. Pig now taking his gases, is going to be settling in, and we'll see if Pig goes for delayed link speed or if he indeed does go for a roach horn. So now he is just going to be droning up, and we're settling in. Catching him in chat. Clem said it was too late again for him. I see. It sounds like the vacation for Clem meant that he was actually going to bed on time. I mean, I say that, if I remember correctly, last week Clem was awake, but Clem was playing Deadlock, right? Am I not mistaken? I remember hearing in the chat, it was either last week for this tournament or maybe last week for, oh, Stern goes down. Nice pick up here out of Milo. Oh my god. It was either last week for this tournament or last week for the Wardy TV Monday, but I remember Clem not playing in a tournament because he was playing Deadlock with like Roddy and stuff like that. I'm shaking my head. So, oh, as the Lings do get across the map, they do delay the CC. Very nice counter damage here out of Pig. Gets a CC, gets a Marine as well. Aye. But what I was gonna say is that I'm not fully convinced that Clem isn't awake right now playing Deadlock. Because that's a very real possibility. As the Ling is still wreaking havoc in the main, is going to be forcing the Reaper back home. Reaper will clean this up, but this was just a nice bit of counter damage here by Pig, especially after he lost 1 drone across the map, getting 2 SCV kills, delaying the CC, and getting a full scout. It is a 3 CC build here out of Milo, and Pig, ooh, is going into a lair. So if you remember earlier, when we saw the 15-15, I mentioned how he would be skipping link speed, and I assumed he would be going roaches. He is skipping link speed, but that is not a roach horn. That is a fast lair instead, followed by the roach horn. Okay, so he is playing roaches, but with this fast lair timing, Pig, he can rush into roach speed, and he can be hyper aggressive with this. There's going to be like a window. There's going to be a timing here for Pig, so much more aggressive than I thought he would be. I assumed it was just going to be roaches, like into a macro game, into a third base, into just droning up, but Pig has potential to be in the face of his opponent. We shall see. So we are going to be settling in. So far, spreading his creep, getting his third base up and running. His third base was delayed, bear that in mind, but that's okay when you're playing roach like this, just because you do have to saturate and prioritize gas mining here as well, so you have to drone up your natural a little bit further than you otherwise normally would, so the later third base is perfectly fine here when you're playing 2-base roach. As Pig is now taking his 4th gas. And there's Roach Speed. Roach Speed is on the way. He can go into +1 range as well. Meanwhile, Milo moving out with his Hellions. Poking in, trying to find a way through the Queens. Liberator moving out as well. It was 3CC 1-1-1. No Banshee play, just Lib instead. As Liberator does siege up in the natural. Last Queen is ready for this. Spore is still on the way. One drone goes down. Just the one. So good reaction here out of Pig. Does minimize his losses. Liberator goes into the main. Likewise, Hellions towards the third base, but alas, there's no drones here to actually focus down. And no saturation yet. The Liberator is going to be cleaned up. And Pig is going to be now droning. And we can see here that Pig, he did make roaches, but only enough to defend. Only enough to, to stabilize, to keep up with the Hellions. Behind this, Pig is taking to a fast infestation pit. Okay, you have my attention. This can be for a fast hive, which would coincide with the fast lair to rush into hive tech, or we could even see some infestors. This Pig is moving out. As the Overseer does dip in, trying to get a scout off. We do have confirmation that Milo, of course, is playing Bio, prioritizing Marauders now that he knows it's up against Roaches, of course. Third base being taken and the infestation pit is done. Pig, what do we do with it? Are we going for the hive? Are we going for infestors? Aliens poking in. Ooh, hive getting... Sorry, hive. Pig getting supply block quite heavily. 6 overlords on the way. I mean, the Viking did kind of force an overreaction there. Not bad. Hunting down overlords, forcing a supply block, and we have the answer. It took a little bit longer just because of the supply block, but 6 infestors. That's a lot of infestors. That's going to be 6 fungal growths available, but Pig is doubling down. Now, what I find most interesting is that Pig is making a wave of infestors, but he's still droning. Typically, infestors, they're a good supportive unit, especially if you believe the Terran player is going to be hyper aggressive. They can keep you safe, they can buy time. Making this many feels a little bit overkill, especially considering that Pig is droning. Like, Pig, he's droning up, working towards 4-base saturation. 1-1 is on the way, is about to finish up. Link speed is on the way. That tells us that Pig is thinking about transitioning into Link support, into Link Bane. So I guess what I'm saying is just really safe play out of Pig to make this many infestors. Very safe. As I don't think he intends to push in with this. So Pig being secure, spreads his creep. Meanwhile, a shout out to Ryuga, papiga, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos, bienvenidos. Hope you had a good stream. Ojalá que todo te fue bien. Ojalá, papi, ojalá. Good to see you. Good night, have fun. Buenas noches, papi, buenas noches. Get some rest, get some rest. Hope you had a good stream. As Milo is pushing out, but little does Milo know he's pushing into 6 infestors, and the fungals will graze the army. It's okay, we have 5 more fungals behind this. Second fungal does not connect. There's 4 left. There's 4 fungal growths, and again, it's just buying time. As I mentioned before, investing into this many infestors is just really safe, because the Terran player has to work through so many fungal growths to actually, threaten any bases. See Pig looking for a 4th CC. Behind this, we spoke about the transition. There it is. Baneling S is done. Baneling speed is on the way, so he's working towards Ling Bane Roach Ravager. Lings, they hit the 3rd. And they will get a couple of SCV kills. Not too bad. 2, 3, 4 SCVs going down. Ooh, up to 5. And the entire army turns around. And Pig is able to spread his creep quite freely here. Take more bases. Double expand. Working towards Ultras, interesting, and the Spy with +1 range. He's kind of taking it every direction. It's just a little bit of everything here for Pig. I mean, he's looking quite comfortable. He's ready for potentially Corruptors. Getting ready for Ultras. And Milo's having a harder time really gaining any ground. I mean, there's just so much creep to work through. Meanwhile, another Ling run by. Milo's out of position. SCVs are going down. The sensor tower as well. Ooh, this is brutal. It's going to be 4 SCV kills at the same time. Lings, they bust into the main. The main army does pull back. Pig doesn't commit, but he is pulling Milo apart. Ay, ay, ay. Getting ready with another Ling run by. And the problem is that, like, Milo can't counterattack because he kept the production. Tank goes down. Ghost as well. But the problem is that if Milo pushes onto creep, again, there's Fungals waiting for him. Like, there's plenty of Fungals, there's plenty of Ling Bane. And Milo just getting punished here for not quite being in position. For not defending his third base, not defending his natural. Corruptor production has begun. Again, that was the big downside of this kind of army composition for Pig, but now with Corruptors, he has some anti-air to deal with the Liberators, deal with the Medevacs as well. That is a lot of bio. I'm surprised how few Medevacs there are. Like, it's not like they've been dying. Milo just prioritizing Liberators really early on, which means this army, it doesn't really have too much sustain. Bane rolls in, no split. Oh, God, God. Bit of a later reaction, but the Marines do get away. Oh no, the wall's open! Ay, 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 the wall is not a wall. Lings, they flood in. Unfortunately, there is a small gap here in the wall, and Pig is able to abuse that. Lings are cleaned up, but it forces back the army, giving Pig more time to rebuild his Banelings. More Ultra upgrades on the way. Hive is done. Hive upgrades on the way as well. And again, Pig does not have to attack with his main army. He's been harassing, that's all he's been doing, that's all he needs to do. All Pig has to do is wait for the army to push onto creep. Just wait for Milo to push into him, and then take the ideal fight. So just really patient play out of Pig is required here. And so far he's been doing well with it. You can see him throwing away his roaches. Roaches are less than ideal. Just refining his army. Waiting for the opportune moment. You see here Milo slow pushing. Pig could, threaten us around. And he does collapse in. Nice fungal. Yeah, the Fungals, they just blanket the entire army. They cover everything. And Milo will lose his entire force here. The Liberators, the Bio, the tanks. And from here, Piggy just keep pushing. Can keep going. This was essentially a 3-base all-in. GG gets called, and Pig takes the series 2-0. GG. Very impressive stuff there out of Pig. Again, Pig just playing it very slow, very steady. I mentioned before, and it was just really safe play out of Pig to rush into the infestation mid as quickly as he did, rush into 6 infestors as well. And again, as we mentioned, like 6 infestors tell us that Pig wasn't really intending to attack with them at all. It was just more defensive play. It was able to deny any kind of move outs from Milo. And fortunately for Pig, Milo was out of position a couple too many times and was vulnerable to the non-stop Ling run-bys, Baneling run-bys as well. The Lings got so much damage, and it really slowed Milo down. By the time he could move out across the map, his economy was already crippled and his timing was already missed at that point. Pig was looking very comfortable there. Very comfortable, very in control of the game. GG. GG, well played, congratulations. Pig will advance on, and now we have our next series. We're going to be following Pig into Dolan. Let's go. Here we go. Just need a moment to set things up. So we're going to be jumping into, or following our players into the round of 16. Someone knows the MMR of the Terran. Milo is... he's a good player. Good player. He's Masters. Masters. Unfortunately, he was just having a harder time keeping up with the harassment of Pig. But Dolan is going to be a bit of a step up, and I would be favoring Dolan in our next series, but I'm also biased. Dolan is one of my boys, so I'm a little bit biased, we'll admit. I'm curious to see how he compares to Pig, as vetoes are underway. It's certainly some new hotness. Apparently. I feel so old. I haven't looked into the two FPSs. What are they? Deadlock and Helldivers. Those are the two. I haven't had time. Oh, Milo is Spiffy B. Oh, I see. Did he ID change, I guess? But yeah, he's been around for a while. Yeah, I've casted him before. Oh, speaking of, hello Milo, hello. Good to see you. Thanks for casting. Yeah, good fun. Good fun. I didn't know that you were Spiffy B. I didn't know. Did not know. But we are going to be following Pig into his next series against Dolan. Vetoes are currently underway, and once they're done, we can jump in. Meanwhile, do we have any other updates? Let's quickly switch our scenes over and have a look at the brackets. Here we, oh my, that's a lot of updates. Okay, from the bottom we have Rebellion advancing on 2-0, Epic as well. Epic versus Rebellion is about to begin, or is currently underway. I mentioned before that is going to be a spicy series. I do look forward to it. There we go. Just having a better look at the bracket. I don't know who I favor there. I think I slightly favor Rebellion. I would not be surprised if that goes to the ace match though, and it could go the way of Epic. So I wish Epic and Rebellion the best of luck. Do think it's going to be a good series. Scrolling up, we have Estrella currently mid-series against Solicitous. Estrella is going to be the heavy favorite to make it to the semifinals. We'll see if anyone can stop him. Scrolling up, we have a Pig versus Milo, which did just wrap up. Dolan versus Pig should be the next series here on the channel. Let me just let our admins know. We just let them know as they are setting things up. Scrolling up, we have Neuro. Neuro takes down Hushang 2-1. Went all the way to the ace match. I believe that was a ZVZ. Shout out to Neuro. Fun fact, Neuro, he's been getting better results. I mean, usually he's, you know, more of a streamer, less of a competitor, less of a player, but he has been getting better results here in these open cups. So it's been impressive seeing the progression of Neuro. Does advance on. Waiting for the winner of Shin and Macro Juice. They're mid-series. Meanwhile, scrolling up, let's head over to the other half of the brackets. There we go. We have the upper half of the bracket. We have Byan versus Peruano, currently mid-series. Again, I think that is Neo. Neo. I think Peruano is Neo. I still have to confirm. Actually, I see him. Oh, no, sorry, my apologies. He's a Protoss player. Is he, not Facebooker. Who is this guy? I should know him. Not Password, but there's a Peruvian Protoss player that name changes quite a bit. let me just say that. Tiratuga, that's what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of Tiratuga. Maybe. I'm curious. But yeah, Peruano is up against Byan. Currently mid-series. Going down, we have Matt versus Suita. Currently mid-series as well. Homono did get a walkover over Maples. Homono already in the quarterfinals, speed running through the tournament and waiting for the winner. He's going to be waiting for quite some time. He's going to be waiting. And I kind of glossed over it. Mute took down J Money 2-0. Geralt took down Cybertron 2-0. Geralt and Mute currently mid-series. They're in the PvP. Scrolling down, we have Shameless versus Zero. Shameless did drop a map to Tatagiba. Quite shocking, actually. I do rate Shameless quite highly, so for him to drop a map is quite impressive here for the Brazilian player. I could definitely see him like 12 pulling or something crazy like that. Tatagiba, I believe, a Brazilian Zerg player, but did go to the ace match. And Shameless now up against Zero in a PvT. Zero is the Canadian Terran player. So wish them the best of luck. So again, the bracket is progressing quite nicely. Almost the entirety of the round of 32 has finished. Still a couple of matches are kind of straggling behind, but they'll get there. They'll get there. As looks like vetoes are now underway, and we will soon be jumping in. We might just we might just go on a short break here. We might just have a short break instead, just because we don't really know when we're starting up. Oh, speaking of Neo, hello Neo, hello. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Oi, when are you signing up, huh? Where's Neo? Where's my Neo? Also, do you know who Peruano is? ¿Conoces Peruano? ¿Es Tiratuga? Question mark? Curious. ¿Quién es peruano? But yeah, we might go on a short break here and wait for the vetoes to conclude. It looks like they were delayed a little bit. Oh, no, never mind. We have the lobby. We have our lobby. Here we go. Oh, shout out to Blakerders. Big shout out to Blakerders. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate the support. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you've been enjoying the tournament so far. Sorry for the delay, but we have now we are getting ready for our next game. Oh, it looks like our players are asking for a break, so we're going to be going on a short break. Going to be going on a short break, and when we return, we will have our next series. So see you guys in a couple of minutes. Take this moment, get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, tuck in your Tempest, massage the Marines. We'll be back soon. We will be back soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Stego Monday number 2. Welcome back to our third series of the night. Welcome to the round 16. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have one of our own. We have one of the CranKy Ducklings, the American Terran player, the Red Terran. It is Dolan. Oh God. Chanchito, Pig. Hopefully everything is okay. That was a little bit frantic. That, you know what that looked like? That looked like a cat jumping on the keyboard or something. Okay. Jesus. But hopefully everything is okay. I was hearing, so we had a bit of a delay to the start of the game, and part of it I believe was some tech issues from the side of Pig. I think there were some either hotkey issues or something going on. But, okay, we're good. There we go. We have the American Terran player. It is Dolan. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Australian Zerg player, the Blue Zerg. Once again, going 15-15, it is Pig. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is time to get your gamba going because predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck. Again, I'm going to be favoring Dolan coming into this, but I'm also a little bit biased, as Dolan is opening up 2-Rax Reaper. Okay, 2-Rax Reaper out of Dolan, which means I do favor Pig early on, as Pig is going for a 15-15. If you were here for the last series, I was talking about this opener, about how safe it is. It gives you earlier queens, it gives you earlier lings. As looks like there are some tech issues happening from the side of Pig. But overall, when it comes to the openers, Pig should be okay here. Despite the Mass Reaper coming his way, Pig will have earlier queens and lings to help defend, to help fortify himself, and to drone up. Oh, here we go. But yeah, from here we can calm things down, and I guess we'll switch our scenes for a moment. Hopefully everything's okay, and hopefully everything gets resolved. I'm sure we're more than happy to restart the game if need be. I'm sure we are more than happy to restart the game, restart the lobby, and get back into things. We'll see. Dolan hype. The Dolans. They're bonding over PC issues. Oh, but looks like we're okay. There we go. Okay, we're back. But apparently Pig's PC is beeping or something. It's like turned into a bomb. It's like ay. Hopefully it doesn't explode in the middle of the series. Fingers crossed. But now we can settle in. We can settle in. It is going to be an initial 2-Rax. Oh, actually, my apologies. I made an assumption that it was going to be 2-Rax Reaper, but no, it is 2-Rax Marine. Dolan with his own twist to things here. Now, this can be risky. Okay, so we have seen Dolan go for this build. We have not just Dolan, Future. I believe Future has also gone for this build as well. So it is a variation of 2-Rax opener. There are some pros, there are some cons. Now, the plus side here, early Marines. A very early Marine, just a higher Marine count earlier on. This leads into a 2-1-1 as Dolan is hunting down that Overlord, leads into a 2-1-1 stim timing. So a very strong buyer push on the horizon. The downside for Dolan, as you can imagine, no SCV Scout. No SCV Scout, no Reaper Scout either. Does supply block Pig for a moment, but if Pig were to follow this up with a Roach Rush, with an all-in, Dolan would have no idea what's going on. And his add-ons would be exposed. So we have seen players like Dolan and Future have this build be very, very much so punished by aggression and by all-ins if Pig were to go for that. For the time being though, Pig is droning, and Pig has not thrown down any tech yet. He's going for his gas, as you can see. Dolan hunting down another Overlord. Oh, doesn't quite find one, barely doesn't. Pig does get away. Does escape. And Pig is still going to be droning up here. So it looks like Dolan will be able to get his build underway. Again, I was concerned that Pig would throw down an early Roach Warren and go for a Roach Rush. If that had occurred, Dolan would be in a lot of trouble, but he's getting away with it. And Dolan, this is not a 2-1-1, it's a 4x. Oh boy, it is going to be a 4x. Now, we have a later Roach Warren. It's still a Roach Warren for Pig, but this is more of a defensive Roach Warren. So it looks like Pig is droning. Pig going for the lair as well. He's teching, he's droning, he's stabilizing, he's getting up to 2-base saturation, going for a delayed third. Little does Pig know, this is an all-in. This is basically a 2-base all-in, massive timing on the horizon here. Now, the way this works, this hits very hard with Stim. We're waiting for the upgrades, waiting for Stim to finish, waiting for Combat Shield to finish as well. This will not have any Medivacs to support, so every Stim will count, every Stim will hurt, so we have to preserve those Stims. We cannot waste them. There's going to be like 2 Stims, maybe 3 at most, but really like 2 Stims available for Dolan. So he has to be very conservative, very decisive with when and how he stims as he's building up his mass marine army, and he will soon be moving out across the map. That's a lot of marines. Now Pig will have a handful of roaches, but not too many. Especially considering Pig, he was droning. He was droning up, he's now taking a third. And here comes the move out, and again, Pig has no idea. Pig has no Overlord to scout, he has no Ling in position. Pig doesn't know. He is amassing a handful of roaches. 7 roaches on the way. Dolan moving out. Stim is done. Combat Shield's finishing up in 10 seconds. And Dolan, he's hoping to try to catch the queens and catch the roaches. The army is spotted. There is a transfuse. Dolan, he stims. He does go for the dive. Gets 1 roach. Got transfuse. Gets 2. Gets a queen. And there are enough roaches. Looks like Pig, he should be able to hold on. Yeah, Pig, he will defend. Dolan forced to stim away. And behind this, Dolan, he is trying to work towards the factory. He's throwing down his starport. He's now transitioning, but this needed to do more damage. This was not enough. Checking the unit source tab, he got 4 roaches, a queen, the overlord, 2 lings. This is okay damage, but he was hoping for even more. He was hoping to reset the queen count, hoping to catch out more roaches. Dolan was not fully aware. Remember, Dolan didn't scout early on. He didn't know it was a 15-15. He did not know that roaches were amassing. Now Pig is going for a counterattack, and against a purely marine army, I mean, Pig, he has potential. He has potential here. He's got roaches, he's got ravagers on the way. Pig is going to be fine, and he can even try and deny some of these add-ons. He got shell 1 second off. Tank does siege. Dolan will defend. Up! Stimming in. Going for another dive. Bold move. He has marauders this time, though. And with the help of these 2 marauders, he will take the trade. He will clean up these roaches. Avoids the vials. Takes down every single roach, every single ravager. Pig overextends. I don't blame him for moving out, but once Pig saw the marauders, you could see the reason why this went so heavily in favor of Dolan was literally these 2 marauders. They did so much damage to the roaches. They shut down the ravagers as well. Once the marauders were seen, Pig did have to respect this, and alas, that was a much better trade for the Terran. Much better trade for Dolan. Dolan now getting his 3rd CC on location. Pig backing off, now droning up. That was quite a committed move out of Pig, but he is working on the next step, working on 1-1 upgrades, saturating his 3rd base. Dolan now moving out, this time with medevacs and with tank support as well. Ooh, this move out is going to hit like a truck. He's got more marauders. 3rd marauder has hit the field. Roach is pushing in. But the marauders, they hold their own. Tank sieging behind this. Dolan going for the slow push, leapfrogging forward. His tanks are gaining ground, more reinforcements on the way. Pig setting up for a surround. Ooh, my apologies, going for a counterattack. Bold move out of Pig. He has very little to defend back at home. Going for the 3rd, trying to catch reinforcements. More tanks have arrived. Dolan stepping forward, meanwhile roaches they get across the map. Dolan does wall up, oh my god, just in time. But the roaches, they do bust in. Tank sieges up, boys are being pulled. Damage is being done. At the same time, Dolan bleeding out some marines and marauders across the map. But Dolan does defend. Did cost him a tank, but he will clean up this army. We'll clean this up. Meanwhile, across the map, the tanks are exposed. Dolan getting on top of the third base. Going back to mining. And their third hatchet looks like it's going to go down. The roaches, they pop out just in time. Oh no! Doesn't save the base. Boys are being pulled. And Dolan gets the hell out of here. It does pick up. Does back off. Oh my god. Has to calm things down. Tanking shots with the tanks. Oh my god. Nice juggling here out of Dolan. Losing one of the tanks. But very nice trades. Dolan, calm down, Papi. Calm down. Basically, he was using the tanks to kind of buffer for his Marauders. It was wasting road shots. And with that, Pig is now on 2-base saturation, stuck on 2 bases. Double expanding. Pig, he gets one of the Marauders, not bad. One Marauder goes down, Dolan backing off. Building back up, still has the greater economy. Dolan up on SCVs plus mules. And Pig has some catching up to do. Behind this, going for the infestation pits. Ooh, still has not started up to. I mean, he can't really afford the upgrades because of the lack of third. So Pig trying to stabilize. Safety infestors on the way. I do really like this actually for Pig. Like, Dolan has been very aggressive this game. Very aggressive. It feels like Dolan's been trying to end the game multiple times here, like earlier on. So going for the infestors, I feel like there's a lot of value here in them. Because the chances are, yeah, Dolan is going to move out again. As going for a double drop on the right-hand side. Pig trying to get a read on what's going on, fanning out his changelings. Likewise, Dolan moving out. Spots the initial changeling. I believe that is the third and fourth infestor, so it's going to be 4 fungal growths. Double drop does slip in. Gets a roach. He wants the queen. Ooh, doesn't quite get it. Oh, does actually. Queen goes down. Medevacs to get the hell out of there. Main army pushing on the left-hand side. Ooh, and Pig is distracted. Fungal does connect though. Gets a medevac. Not bad. Full medevac goes down. The main army does engage. Pig so far is holding on. But will not defend the fourth. Fourth base is going to go down. Drop into the main. Again, distracting the queens. Forcing transfuse. Dolan, I don't think he can go for the third though. He can trade, but it might be a little bit overly greedy here. Yeah, Fogel connects. Raises the army. Ooh, 2 tanks go down, and Dolan, he did overstay his welcome. Actually, I say that he keeps going. He doesn't stop. Lost 2 tanks, doesn't care. Drops into the main. Yeah, he has the high ground, going for the tech. Infestation is going to be going down. No more infestors. From here, Dolan does get out. 1 medevac falls. I believe there were units inside. And he's just rallying across the map. I mean, Dolan, he has momentum on his side, catching, transferring workers. Oh no! The drones! So many workers going down. Pig attempting a long distance mine. Fungals coming in. Nice Fungals. Pig, he will hold, but the drop comes back into the main, and Pig is being pulled apart. GG, well played. And Dolan takes game number 1. GG. Just hyper aggression out of Dolan, starting off with the 4-axe, following it up with the double tank push as well. Just very aggressive play here out of Dolan. I'm not used to seeing this, but yeah, it does take the first game. Pig, unfortunately, unable to keep up. I mean, initially, if you remember, Pig did have a nice defense against the 4-axe, bio push. Pig did have a very nice hold, but if you remember, what followed that hold was Pig counterattacking and being punished for it. If you remember, Pig, he lost like 10 roaches and 2 ravagers when he moved out across the map. That was when the two marauders for Dolan had arrived just in time, and he completely shut down the army. That was the moment where momentum swung back in favor of Dolan. Likewise, that was followed by, or preceded by, Dolan's move outs, where he was able to break and actually get a kill on the 3rd base. That was kind of the game-winning move for Dolan, where he was able to cripple the economy and maintain an economic lead over Pig. If you remember, that was the moment where Pig, he had taken a risk and he had gone for a massive roach counterattack at the natural instead. He had like snuck around the long way, he had gone into the mineral line, but he only got 2 SCVs. He only got 2 SCVs, he got 1 tank, it wasn't really worth all those roaches. It was a risky maneuver and did cost Pig the third. But now we're getting into game number 2. Jumping into game 2, going to be loading into Site Delta. And we'll see if we can make a series out of this. I'm curious if Dolan's going to open up 2 racks again or go for something different. As we're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Site Delta, we have the American Terran player, the Red Terran representing the CranKy Ducklings, leading the series 1-0. It is Dolan. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Australian Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing his own team, Pigman. It is Pig. Here we go. As this time, Pig is going for a standard opener. Okay. I'm curious just because I don't actually get to cast or watch Pig much at all. Very rarely. I think I was able to cast Pig last week against Australia, true, in StegoMonday Cup. But so far, every game, we've seen Pig go 15-15. For the first time tonight, we're seeing Pig go hatch first. Meanwhile, Dolan, once again, 2 racks. Is going for a 2 racks opener. Last game, I had assumed it was 2 racks Reaper, but we saw it was actually 2 racks Marine into a 4 racks timing, into a stim timing. We'll see if Dolan goes for the same or goes for something different. Here we go. Now, I am a little bit concerned for Pig. If Dolan goes to the same build, this time Pig will not have roaches. Because in the previous game, Pig had gone for an earlier roach warrant. He had roaches to defend, to survive, and to hold. This time, it's not as kind of seamless, or it's not as natural of a follow-up here. With Hatch Gas Pool, it feels more like Ling Queen. But we'll see. As so far, same opener. 2 racks Marine, not 2 racks Reaper. But this time at Pig, he does actually go the long way around with the Overlord. Usually you would send the Overlord here towards the natural, but Pig, he does actually skirt around the edge of the map. There are some pros and there are some cons to this. On the one hand, Pig will save the Overlord. The Overlord will not be sniped by these Marines. You can see Dolan, he's looking for the Overlord, and he's going to have a hard time finding it. The downside is that Pig does not know the opener of Dolan. Otherwise, if the Overlord had gone across the map, he would. He would be fully aware of what's going on. Pig is in the dark. So, the plus side, Pig doesn't get supply blocked. The downside, doesn't know what's happening. Not yet, at least. As Marines are amassing. And there is, yep, the 3rd racks in the main, and we should be seeing a 4th racks as well. So it is the same build. You can see Dolan still looking for the Overlord. Trying to hunt it down. Pig going for his 3rd base on time. So Hatch Gas Pool into a 3rd, droning up. And thankfully, this Overlord Scout from Pig will get behind the natural and will confirm the build. For the most part. As Marines, they get across the map, they get eyes on the 3rd. And this does tell Dolan it wasn't a 15-15 this time. This does tell him it was a more standard build. So Dolan does get some critical information. Crucial information, I should say. Yeah, Izu going for that overall sim timing. Dolan backing off. I do feel like he... Oh, never mind. He wants the Overlord. I was going to say, I think he could have stuck around. And the Overlord... Oh, it does fall. Oof. Yeah, Pig does get supply blocked. A brutal moment to be supply blocked as well. Dolan massing up more Marines. Pig moving out, going for a counterattack. The wall is currently up, though. But the Lings, they do spot the Marines. Pig is going to pull away. Ling speed finishing up. And the problem here is that Pig, he doesn't have the full picture. For all he knows, it's a 2-on-1, which is a later timing. We know it's a 4-racks. And if Pig is too greedy, if he drones up too much, if he delays Ling production, then it could all be over. I mentioned before that in game 1, because of Pig's early Roach Warren, it was very fortunate, and the Roaches very naturally popped out in time to defend against the 4-racks, even though Pig didn't know what was going on. It was a very solid hold out of Pig because he was already making Roaches to begin with. Here, he's not. He's running up to 45. Sim is finishing up. Dolan about to move out. Okay, Pig has begun Ling production. How many queens? 4 queens, soon to be 6. Getting up to 6 queens. Lings are fanning out. Pig will scout the move out, fortunately. And this should trigger Pig to make nothing but Lings and to bring all his queens together. There we go. The queens, they are coming down, at least from the natural. Lings are amassing. And Pig, he can pull off this defense. It's going to come down to the engage. As Dolan is going to trade far better against these Lings. You can see Pig getting ready for a surround. Dolan stepping in, going for the mineral line. It does want himself here behind the, or in between the gas geyser and the hatchery. The hatchery is going to go down. Ay, ay, ay. And Dolan trading well. He's going to sacrifice all of his marines. She takes out all the Lings. And he should snipe the hatchery towards the end. It's going to be close. No, he doesn't get it. The transfuse. Very clutch transfuse. Piggy saves the base. Not bad. Dolan was being greedy. He was intentionally not killing the hatchery to trade against the Lings and to save the hatchery for the end. But alas, the transfuse was clutch. Pig will save it. And as the dust settles, who do we favor here? Now, on the one hand, Pig, he did save the base. True. On the other hand, it cost him 44 Lings. Like, a lot of Lings went down in that defense. And even though Dolan didn't get too many drone kills, even though it was only 4 workers, it was still economic damage in the sense that he forced out all these Lings, which otherwise could have been drones. With the build itself, I mean. So Pig holds, but Dolan, he's getting ready for the next wave. He's not done this time, now with medevacs, now with tanks. Dolan is committed and he's moving out. This time with heal support, with medevac support. So he can stim more freely. And Dolan can always try to snipe this base later on. Like, the hatchery is still very low. Dolan rotating over towards the 4th. Ooh, I believe the medics were scouted. Yeah, they were spotted. Lings, they can respond. Dolan stimming in. He gets a queen. 1 queen goes down. Going for the hatchery. Hatchery taking a lot of damage. Yeah, Lings, they cannot engage. They're going to try to, but this time the base does fall. Yeah, this time Dolan doesn't take any chances. He could have tried to trade against Lings and then get the base, but not this time. Oh, getting a queen in the main. Not quite. Queen does get away. Once again, efficient trades here out of Dolan. I mean, hey, he sniped the 4th. And it's not gonna take much to snipe the 3rd base either, to be honest. Like, Pig is very vulnerable. He's double expanding. Pig needs a 4th for larva. Trying to keep up with the drop play, but Dolan now moving out with quite an army, now with tank support. More medevacs, more marines. +1 attack is done. Ooh, and Piggy runs into the army. I mean, now he's aware. He's pulling back. He's going to try and defend with Mass Ling. Bailing speed is still on the way. And he's coming in with around tanks that they're late to siege. Not bad. And tanks are late to siege, and Pig, he will clean this up. Shuts down both tanks. Dolan still sees the low hatchery. He wants it. He's not going to get it, though. So again, Dolan did overextend. And Pig is holding. Piggy's holding on. Going for the medevacs. Boosting towards the natural. The Queen's not quite in position. We have another double drop on the way. Ooh, and a medevac might fall here. Double drop does hit the southern base. Meanwhile, Pig going for a massive link counterattack. There are defenses back at home, but not at the 3rd base or at the natural instead. Ooh, medevacs are falling. Oh, that was a full medevac, actually. Yeah, full medevac goes down. Dolan getting greedy. He does snipe a hatchery. He defends back at home. But his marines are getting surrounded. And Pig, he can try to break through this. Yeah, reinforcements on the way. Piggy takes out one of the tanks. Going for the other. And Dolan is going to be losing some SCVs. Nice SCV drilling. We'll delay that, but the SCVs are still going down. And Dolan, he's in trouble. This time he's punished for his aggression. 19 SCVs going down, tank as well. Oh, and this is brutal. 19 SCV kills. His economy is crippled. Pig finally gets some breathing room. He lost an expansion, but he double expanded if you remember. He's on 66 drones, 3-way saturation, and Dolan is behind. He is behind again, punished for just being too aggressive, too active, bleeding off too much. And you can see Pig setting up more run-bys. He's got another Ling counterattack on the right, Ling run-by on the left. Because Dolan has been so active, like Pig, he knows that chances are there's not going to be much at home to defend. He does catch more Marines. Efficient trades for the Zerg. Liberator's moving out. This time a Baneling run by towards the left-hand side. If Dolan is late to respond, Pig, he can't get the mineral line. As Ling Bane rolls in and up. Late reaction. SCVs are going down. And 6 SCV kills. 7 SCVs. Dolan does pull away in time. The Liberators were shut down. Dolan moving out with some drops. Not too many Marines though. He wants the hatchery. It's too late. It's too late this time, Papi. The hatchery survives. Does get some queens though. Nice splits. Trading as efficiently as possible against some of those Banelings. Pig is holding. Behind this, going into Infestors, going to Corruptors, and Dolan has a lot of recovering to do. Like at this point, his economy is in the gutter. Pig does have a lot of momentum. Now, technically, Dolan still has a more efficient army, true. So that will help him somewhat, but I mean, overall, Pig, he should be able to be the first. He should be able to max out and snowball from there. Now, something that I'm a little bit concerned by is if Pig is overly defensive. We saw this previously in the previous series, where if Pig makes this many Infestors, he's going to be, again, waiting for the opponent to push into him. If that's the case, then Pig will be allowing Dolan to recover and to expand and take a 4th base. Pig is moving out. Likewise, Dolan taking his 4th towards the south. As Dolan pushes, Pig getting ready for his counterattack. There is a solid line of tanks, but where are the Marines? The tanks need support. Things they dive in. 1 tank goes down. So does the 2nd. Not quite the 3rd, but Banelings get into the mineral line. Nice splits here out of Dolan. Does avoid damage, only 4 CV kills. Very nice defense. Dolan pulls away with his main army, and he holds. Dolan does hold. Dolan was down like, what, 40 army supply? But he does get a mineral line. He defends back at home, takes out a hatchery. Very nice counterattack here to Dolan. I mean, again, Dolan, he's still down 50 supply. But he's recovering. Oh, I say that. Corruptor's punishing the medevacs. 1 medivac goes down. Full medivac as well. Brutal losses. It losses Dolan cannot afford. He has to unload. Planetary under fire. Infestors coming in. Yeah, Dolan losing too much. He was doing well sniping the hatchery, but he's going to lose the planetary. There's no saving it. Planetary goes down, and that is the win condition for Pig. Pig, he doesn't have to kill Dolan. All he has to do is deny the 4th. Deny the 4th over and over again. Just ensure that Dolan cannot recover. Dolan, his SCV count is insane. He's got 72 SCVs, but he's long distance mining. Like, he needs the expansion. So that was worth it for Pig, considering his back. So even if Pig loses his army, if he denies the expansion, it's still better. Still better for the Zerg. As Pig is double expanding. Maxing out on Ling Bane. And all Pig has to do is just run wave after wave of Ling Bane into these bases and just trade well enough. Zooming in. Gets into the mineral line. Nice whole position micro. 5 SCVs. Or even friendly fire. Same time, Lings, they bust into the natural as well. And again, this is all Pig has to do, just non-stop run-bys. Oh god, getting 12, 14 SCVs. And this is forcing most of the army into the main, and then Pig can set up a counterattack at the 4th. Can just keep this going. Meanwhile, from the side of Dolan, he just has to turtle. He just has to turtle and then max out, which is easier said than done as Pig is taking into Broodlords. And Dolan, there's no Ghost... Well, there is a Ghost Academy. Never mind. I was like, there's no Ghost in sight. They're coming. Ghosts are on the way, but the Broodlords are already here. Thankfully, Pig does not stay on a low-tech army. Makes use of all the Broodlords. And there's no answer. GG gets called. Pig, he fights back. Takes game number 2, and we are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. Very impressive there. I do appreciate that Pig, he kind of figured out just like game number 1, Dolan was playing very similarly. What I'm referring to, Dolan was he was hyper aggressive in game 1, same in game 2. And because of that, Dolan actually wasn't leaving anything at home to defend. Time and time again, he would just move out with everything, very committed pushes. Because of that, he was vulnerable to all these run-bys. And Pig, he was able to get, if you remember, it was like 19 SCV kills at the 3rd. That was the game-winning move for Pig. When he hit the 3rd base, when he killed 19 SCVs, it was, you know, he took a massive lead from there. He didn't lose that lead. There were some good moments for Dolan afterwards, and he was trading well despite the disadvantage, but it was still just too far behind. Still just too far behind, as he had lost so many workers in the lead up to the mid, or in the mid game even. And I feel like Dolan needs to calm down a little bit. I'm not too fond of going 4-axe Marine 3 games in a row. Going for the 4-axe. To be fair, it was also kind of a rough start for Dolan, if you remember, when he didn't get the base. If you remember, when he did not snipe the 3rd, when he made the choice to trade with the Lings and trade with the drones, that was intentional by Dolan. He opting not to snipe the hatchery because he was being greedy and he thought he could get both, but he couldn't. So I feel like Dolan needs to temper himself a little bit here. Had a lot of success in game 1, but less so here in game 2. So I'm going to be surprised if Dolan goes for the 4-axe again. Like, clearly, like, it's not an all-in. Like, clearly Dolan, he's got, like, steps to it. But if the first move out doesn't get a lot of damage done, or doesn't get enough damage done, then he falls behind. Or then there's that much more pressure on Dolan to trade and to snipe bases. It's very committed. Yeah, it's a better way of putting it. Very committed style. So we'll see if Dolan goes something different here. We'll see. For now, we are waiting for our players to get ready, and we're loading into game number 3. Meanwhile, the bracket has been progressing. We'll be jumping into the brackets after this series. We'll be catching up on those updates. Ooh, as it looks like... It looks like the bracket has been progressing quite quickly, actually. I mean, that was a long game. That was a long game, and here we go. We're getting into the ace match and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkion. And we have our American Terran player, the Red Terran representing the CranKy Ducklings. It is Dolan. Ah, the danger, Dolan. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have, oh, this time reverting back to the 15-15, we have the Australian Zerg player, the blue Zerg, representing Pig Pan. It is Pig. Now, I like the idea. Okay, a couple of different things here. One, standard opener. So already, Dolan, he's calming down, he's respecting Pig. He's like, you know what? I can't just ape this guy. It worked in game 1, but clearly, you know, there's some more behind this player here, and Dolan, he's going to be calming things down, going for a standard opener. So already, Pig gaining Dolan's respect. I like it. I appreciate it. Dolan going for something different. Pig, it looks like he's opening up 15-15, and he's playing roaches again. And it feels like Pig, he's hard reading the same build. He's like, you know what, Dolan, you've gone 2-axe Marine 2 games already. He's assuming it's going to happen again. And if you remember in game 1, I spoke about how if Pig had gone for like a roach all-in instead of going for like a safety roach horn, he could have just destroyed Dolan because Dolan wasn't scouting. That might be on the mind of Pig. We'll see. This could also just be really safe play. I mean, this opener is very safe, so he could just be going for safety roaches just to like survive the early game. It is a bit of a slower start for Pig, so we'll see the timing of the roach warning. That's what I'm most curious about. Meanwhile, Dolan's going to be able to scout as the Reaper is on the way, and the SCV does confirm. SCV does scout the timing of the hatchery, will confirm the lack of third, and if Pig were to throw down an early roach warren, Dolan should be able to scout that, as the Reaper is moving out. Lings are scouted. This confirms the timing of the spawning pool. Does confirm. So Dolan now knows it was a 15-15, or at least a pool first. He catches one Ling. He knows that the other is somewhere on the map. Dolan is looking, confirming there is no third. But it does, yeah, there we go. He does confirm once again, dipping into the main. And Dolan, it's going to be on him to scout for early gases, early Baneliness, early Roach Warren. We can see that isn't the case for Pig. He's just making queens and droning. So it just looks like a safe build, not an aggressive one. So Pig just playing safe. Meanwhile, Dolan going 3cc. Third CC before Starport. A standard macro build out of Dolan for the first time this series, playing standard. Which means he can go into Banshees from here. And off of the openers this time, I do favor Dolan's position. Pig going for the lair. This is the same build that we saw against, I almost said Medic Jr. The same build against Milo. So he's going lair first into a more delayed Roach Warren. So it is going to be a macro setup from Pig. Going for a delayed third. And there's the Roach Warren. There's the Roach Warren. This would be third base. Oh! Ooh, does not get the tumor. Third is now going to be taken. And we're going to macro from here. That is not a Banshee. I assumed it was going to be 3cc Banshee. That is not. There's no tech lab. Why? Because it's a fusion core. Ay, ay, ay. Dolan, calm down. So, after what happened in game 2, this feels like mech. It feels like BC into mech. We'll see if that's the case. There's a tech lab on the racks, actually, so it could be BC into bio. Regardless, BCs are on the horizon, and I am concerned for Pig. He does have an Overseer on the way. He needs to scout. He does need to scout, does need to confirm. Now, the plus side, because of the fast lair, this is actually a really fast Overseer scout, and Dolan, he's not ready to deny this. Pig, he should see everything. He should see everything, and he should be able to respond with spores, with more queens. He should not die, or he should not take too much damage from the BC. As here comes that Overseer. And he does confirm the 1-1-1. And he doesn't quite confirm the factories. Oh, sorry, the Raxes. The factory was pulled away. Pig, he doesn't go further in. Uh-oh. So I was about to like praise Pig here for the earlier Overseer for scouting everything. Pig did not see everything here. This could still be Banshee. Pig is getting spores. Pig only has a piece of the puzzle. Regardless, spores will help. Getting queens. And he's rotating around. Thankfully, he's rotating back in. Roaches are spotted. Dolan now aware, he has to pull back. And the fusion core is confirmed, and now Pig knows. Now Pig knows 100% what's going on. It is going to be BC into Bio. And this initial BC, again, shouldn't really get anything. It's going to be used as more of a supportive unit to hunt down Overlords, to defend against the Roach push. The Roaches, yeah, they should get out of here. We'll see if Pig does commit in. I mean, I'm sure Pig is waiting for the teleport. If the BC teleports across the map, these Roaches can counterattack. They can, and they will. And there's not much to defend back at home. There's only Hellions! Yeah, very well timed counterattack here out of Pig. Does shut down the Hellions. BC out of position. Boys are being pulled, and this could just be game. This is too much. Far too much damage. The BC was needed back at home. He's getting some counter damage, but yeah, more boys being pulled. More SCVs going down. Yeah, the Roach counterattack was brutal. Drones, they come back too soon, though. Oh god. 11 drone kills. That should not have happened. Likewise, though, 21 SCVs. Yeah, far too much. Well, the repairs are keeping the tank alive. Dolan will defend, but that's 25 SCV kills. The economic advantage that Dolan should have otherwise had in this game is not there anymore. Likewise, did the BC go down? It did. BC did go down to the Queens. Did get 11 drones. That's the one downside here, is Pig was defending beautifully, but he did come back too soon, so he lost too many workers. But it's fine. It's perfectly fine. He can afford to lose some drones. As Roaches, they hit the third base once again. Getting 27, soon to be 28 SCVs. And it was I was gonna say bold. It was overconfident of Dolan after getting scouted to still teleport across the map with the BC. Being aware that there were roaches. Being aware that there were roaches on the map. So Dolan was overconfident, he was punished for it, and now Pig has a massive advantage. Now, we saw in the previous game, even with Pig having like a 50 supply lead, Dolan was still getting damage done, he was still trading well, still sniping bases, so Dolan can recover from here, but it's going to be very difficult. Dolan is relying on Pig making mistakes. Or he has to force Pig to make mistakes. Which have already happened this game, so Dolan has a chance to come back, but there is a lot of pressure on Dolan. So he's moving out, he's looking for overlords, looking for queens, looking for a fourth base, confirms there is no fourth on the right hand side, it's taken here towards the left. Dolan's still trying to piece together what's going on. And Pig can afford to be greedy. He's getting into his own infestation bit, Hive is already on the way, Corruptors are on the way as well. If Pig plays this out like the last game, like Safety Infestors into a Greater Spire, into Broodlords, Pig should be fine. Like, he has a path to victory here. Creep is being denied, getting an Overlord. Not bad, but here comes the Fuggles! The Fuggle does connect. But alas, Medivacs will get away. I say that, one of the Medivacs gets shut down. Yeah, the full Medivac will fall. And can Pig get the second Medivac? Looks like he can. Oh, not quite. Whew. That was a lot of Fungals, but sniping one full Medivac, I think that was still worth it. Still worth it here for Pig, considering that the Infestors are just going to regather energy. And this is just a really secure way to shut down the drop play. Like, I was going to say, as we saw previously in the last game, Dolan, he can't pop off with his drops, but now there are Corruptors, now there are Infestors, now there is a way for Pig to shut them down. Dolan moving out, Pig does confirm, he has Fungals ready. Ooh, a massive Fungal with the Marines. The chain Fungals and the Marines, they're gonna go down. Oh my god. And Pig, he can just keep pushing. Shuts down the bio, Dolan face checking the Zelnaga tower. Does have a tank line, and Pig doesn't really have any Ravagers, so he can't actually break the third. But again, he's just denying any kind of aggression from Dolan. And that's all Pig has to do. Like, Pig does not have to push in. Just defend. Just defend. Defend. And we're good. Throwing down Spine Crawlers. Hive is done. Ultra Caverns on the way. Dolan will catch some Overlords, so he's getting some value here. Does force Pig to respond. Dolan backs the hell off. And this is the moment that I'm concerned by. The Greater Spire. We saw last game that because Pig had rushed into Broodlords, I mean, that had straight up ended the game. And that's about to happen here. Where Pig, because of his build actually, he very quickly is able to embrace Broodlord Infestor. It's actually really interesting here, just because if you remember, like in his game against Milo, I was a little bit perplexed by how quickly he was getting his Spire and how quickly he was taking up into Hive Tech, but it is all for Broodlords. So that is kind of like the win condition for Pig. As Pig is maxed out, which is actually going to work against him. Pig has to free up supply for the Broodlords. Greater Spire about to finish. The Broodlords are soon to be on the way. And I really like this style against aggressive players. Like just the Roach Infestor and then rush into Broods. Like it's working quite well. But the Broodlords are not ready yet. Army diving in, catching up the Medivacs. Oof. Yeah, Medivacs are fungled. Once again, the chain fungles. Medivacs going down. Dolan overextending. The bio trades nicely, but the Medivac count was reset. That was so many Medivacs going down. 8 Medivacs falling. Ooh, Pig does not start Broodlords though. He's making more Lings. And without Broodlord's Dolan, he can still threaten his opponent. You can see Pig going for a Roach counterattack. There's nothing in home to defend. Dolan's all in at this point. There is no forced CC. 3-3 is going to finish up in a couple of seconds. Roach counterattack will delay reinforcements. Will shut them down even. Ooh, and Dolan forced to throw back home. He has to pull the boys. SCVs are falling. And as these roaches get thrown away, Broodlords. That was all Pig was doing. He was just freeing up supply for Broodlords. And this is something that Dolan doesn't really have an answer for. The Broodlords are arriving just in time. Scan does miss the Broods as well. And once they revealed, yeah, Dolan, he has no ghosts. Gonna try and send forward, but there's plenty of Infestors behind this. I mean, the Broodlord Infestor is here. And Dolan, he has to fight. It's not gonna be a good trade here for Dolan. But he can't turn around. He's trying to. Has to back up, has to get out of here. Thors are on the way, Vikings are on the way. The problem here is that Dolan was all in. So he just doesn't really have the setup here to get into Ghosts. Oh, Fungal does connect. Massive connection. And Pig, he collapses on the army. Cleans up all the tanks. And can keep pushing. Again, the army here is so Marauder heavy. They don't shoot up. They don't shoot up. And honestly, Pig can keep pushing. Pig is being very conservative. He's being very careful here with his movement, and that's still fine because there's no fourth. There's no fourth expansion. You can see Pig has got a Borrowed Ling on the right, got a Roach on the left. Dolan picking up his main base to land as the fourth. Pig is going to be supporting this army with Ultras. Even delaying the expansion. Ghost Academy now on the way. I mean, Dolan, he's now forced into a longer game. He didn't want a longer game, but I mean, he has to at this point. That's just coming in. They land a decent fungal. Fourth base not going to be taken. Pig rotating around with Lingbane. Oh, and he does hit the mineral line. Yeah, SV is going to be going down. He's just pulling Dolan apart. Dolan, he's out of position. I mean, he doesn't have the supply to defend both locations at once. Even powering the Banelings. They do get scattered. Cheeky move out of Pig. And GG gets called. He gets torn apart, and Pig will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. A very unique style that I actually haven't seen before. Again, I almost never get to cast Pig. So yeah, really unique. Just this playstyle makes a lot of sense, especially against Dolan. I think it works really well against him. I don't know if Pig, I mean, he did it against Milo, so it could just be his go-to style. But what I'm referring to is this more defensive style of opening up Roach, going 15-15, opening up Roach, going for safety Infestors, getting like 4 to 6 Infestors early on. And the purpose, and at the same time as you get the infestation bit, you go for the Spire. You work towards Corruptors and you try to rush into Broodlords. And it's just a really safe way to play because you're kind of playing very defensively, and if your opponent is being aggressive, then they're kind of playing into your own hands, and then you can rush into Broodlords and take it from there. GG. GG, well played. Does completely shut down the aggression of Dolan there, and yeah, congratulations here to Pig. To be fair, a lot of it did also come down to the BC harass, if you remember. Dolan got scattered really early on, sent the BC across the map, and the game was kind of decided by the 21 SCV kills. The Roaches, they counterattacked as soon as the BC moved out, and that was 21 SCV kills. So even talking about like the style of Pig or the build, even before all of that, like the Roach counterattack was brutal, and it was Dolan playing from behind from that moment, and it was a rough road to travel there. I don't blame Dolan for going for a 3-base all-in after losing all those SCVs. It makes sense. It makes sense to go for the all-in just because you're so far behind, but alas, Pig was more than prepared for that kind of thing. And GG. GG, well played. With that, Pig will advance on, and we will be following Pig into the next round. I mentioned before that there were a lot of updates. There's a lot to go over. There's a lot of matches to go over. From the top, we have Björn. Björn, he did take down Soita 2-0. Björn is up against Hon Mono in the quarterfinals. Scrolling down, we have an upset. Mute, the Peruvian Protoss player, takes down Geralt 2-1. I'm a little bit surprised there. Geralt was the heavy favorite. Oh my, wait. What is happening? So, I was favoring Geralt versus Shameless in a PvP, but the European representatives, they've been eliminated. Geralt and Shameless, they were the top-rated European players in this tournament, and they have both gone down in the round 16. And Geralt went down to Mute, and Shameless went down to 0. Very, very surprising and very impressive play there. Bearing in mind that like ping isn't too much of a difference just because they most likely played on US East. So yeah, I'm a little bit in shock. You know, and the Americans, they're putting their best forward here. Mute takes down Geralt, 0 takes down Shameless. Crazy upsets, very impressive. Scrolling down, we have Shin. Shin takes down Neuro 2-0, and up next we have Shin versus Pig in a ZVZ. That is our next series. Scrolling down, Epic takes down Rebellion. Oh my bappy. Hold on, I need to God, the bracket is, it's so big. It's hard to fit it all on the screen. But Epic takes down Rebellion 2-0, very impressive. And Solicitous takes a map off of Estrella, but usually when Estrella plays against a weaker player, he off races. So I would not be surprised if Estrella was off racing there and got caught out. But Estrella's up against Epic in the lower quarterfinals, and we have all the quarterfinals getting underway. Here we go. We have Björn versus Hon Mono, Mute versus 0, Shin versus Pig, and Estrella versus Epic. And we will set things up for our ZVZ. In the quarterfinals. Here we go. So we are going to be setting things up here. And yeah, I'm just really impressed by Mutant Zero. That means that we are confirmed getting some players for the Americas in the semifinals. I mean, we have Estrella versus Epic, so we have a confirmed American in the semifinals. But we could even have someone from Latino America or someone from Canada as well, as Mutant Zero are facing off. So really cool to see. But really the name of this tournament is going to be, can anyone stop Björn and Shin? Björn and Shin, they are the number 1 and number 2 seeds respectively of this tournament. Can anyone bring them down? We have seen Estrella defeat both of them recently. Estrella has been popping off. Estrella's been looking very impressive. I believe Estrella is the reigning champion. Yeah, he's the reigning StegoMonday Cup champion. He also won Tenacious Total Tussle last week as well, so Estrella, he is on fire at the moment. He's been winning a lot of these open cups, a lot of these open tournaments, and we'll see if he can do it again. See if he can do it all again. As we're going to be going on a short break, and when we return, we will have our next series. Vetoes are underway. Bjorn versus Pig? That's crazy. I know that Pig just caused an upset against Dolan, but that's a wild prediction. Best of luck, Pappy. Best of luck with your predictions. It's crazy. I'm leaning towards I'm on the Estrella hype train, I think. I'm on the Estrella hype train, especially if Shin plays Dynasty against Estrella. I'm on the Estrella hype train, so I'm going for Beyond versus Estrella, and maybe Estrella winning 2 weeks in a row, but we'll see. We'll see. We shall see. But for now, though, we're going to be going on a short break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with our next series. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew. I hope you enjoyed that brutal OC as we have returned with the quarterfinals of the Stego Monday number 2. And we have a fresh best of 3 series for you. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Australian Zerg player, the Blue Zerg. Representing Pigpan, it is Pig. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. Here we go. Pig already having a very surprising result. I mean, he caused an upset against Dolan. I was not expecting him to go this far in the event, but he is here in the quarterfinals. And can he cause another upset? I mean, he's up now against one of the top 2 players of the tournament, so it's not going to be easy here, but I want to believe that Pig, especially in a ZVZ, can definitely bring it to Shin. I'm curious of what kind of builds he has ready for him. ZVZ can be very chaotic. There's many times in a ZVZ where you can cut workers and go for a Roach Rush, go for a Ling Flood, go for Ling Bane. There's a lot of potential here for Pig to try to catch Shin off guard. As we get into this though, before I forget, it's time for Gamba. Predictions now open. Place your bets in the chat for how you think the series will unfold. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. As a reminder, this is a best of 3, and the winner advances on to the semifinals to face off against the winner of Australia and I was going to say Australia and Epic. The winner against Australia and Epic. Here we go. So now Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener. So far, everything is looking normal. Everything is looking standard. Hatch Gas Pool out of Shin, Hatch Gas Pool out of Pig. And we'll see if either player does delay their third base, delay their Baneliness, go for a faster Roach Warren, stay on 2 bases even as well, go for a fast lair. You do have options. But now we are settling in, and we're calming things down. Again, no major forms of aggression yet. As we are just going to be droning. You can see Shin pull out of gas. Likewise, Pig stays in gas. Okay, interesting. I'm curious if that does mean anything here. This can lead into potentially an earlier Roach Warren. We'll see what Pig or how Pig does make use of this. As third bases are being taken, we do have our 3-base setup. And this should be followed by the Baneliness. As we can see here, Baneliness for Shin. Pig has not started his own. I mentioned before that it was peculiar to see Pig continuing to mine gas, and Pig has not thrown down a Roach Warren. Sorry, a Baneliness. So I'm feeling a Roach Warren, maybe a fast Evo chamber. Where is our gas going to be spent? As Shin will be able to confirm. He does confirm no Baneliness. Already a big sign. And Shin is going to punish. Yeah, Shin responds with Lings. So Shin is going for Ling Bane aggression, and Pig has to defend with purely Ling. Uh-oh. And it does look like Pig, he wants to skip Banelings. He wants to skip the Banelings, wants to rush into Roaches. A bold move out of Pig. It is not easy to pull this off. There's that Roach Warren that we mentioned, again, because we stayed in gas. And Pig moves out as he moves out, so does Shin. Banelings are on the way. Shin going for the third, but he has to respond here to the Ling Flood of his opponent. And Pig going for the surround. The Queen does wedge herself here between the mineral line and the gas. Lings hit to defend. Yeah, Shin does race back home. We'll lose the Queen. Oh my god, but a massive Baneling connection. Ay. And Shin will shut Pig down. At the same time, Baneling's at Waddle to the mineral line. Good reaction out of Pig. He does pull away. Does morph in those drones. It's going to be 1 drone falling. That could have been so much worse. But Pig isn't done. Sorry, Shin isn't done. Shin is not done. He's still rallying across the map. Remember, there are no Banelings to defend. The Roach Warren is done. Roaches are on the way, but the Queens are under threat. Back at home, Shin defends, and Shin is busting down that front door. The Queens are going to fall down. The Roaches pop out, but a little bit too late. The Queens have fallen. Nice positioning here for Pig. He will keep the Roaches safe. And Pig should be going for an all-in from here. He should be going for just a Roach Ling all-in. As he has lost quite an amount of workers and doesn't really have any drones behind this. Going for a Baneliness, actually. Bold move. That means Pig is going for a later move out. He's going to be waiting for Banelings to support his army. So Pig is building up. Likewise, Shin has his own defense, or his own reactive roach warren and is massing up roaches. Roaches are amassing. A Pig should not be droning from here, and so far he isn't. He's making more overlords to make sure it doesn't get supply blocked. And he's waiting for that baleen nest. And it's going to be all or nothing for Pig. And the problem is that Shin isn't droning. The problem is that Shin isn't droning. In the sense that Pig, he's hoping to catch Shin being too greedy. He's hoping that Shin, he's overconfident, he overextends. If Shin were to drone up too much, then Pig could kill him. But Shin is making roaches, so Shin, he should be okay. He is squeezing out a couple of drones here and there. Pig will get a 1 worker kill, will get 2. Not bad. 2 drones go down. Pig now saturating. It looks like Pig has realized that because Shin hasn't been droning, Pig cannot kill him. So Pig is droning as well. Okay, we're calming things down. We're droning up. We're transitioning. Lair is on the way. Evo chamber, +1. Shin does have a pretty big upgrade lead, so that is a little bit concerning. But we'll see if Pig can otherwise get an advantage elsewhere. Let's see, he is going to be saturating. Likewise, so is Shin. Shin actually not getting a lair. That is a tell. That is a tell here that Shin, he intends to make this a bit of a shorter game. He is droning for now, yes, but it looks like he's going for a hatch-based all-in. So initially, Pig was the aggressor, but now the turns have tabled. I say that, going to be a much later lair here for Shin. But he is taking up. That tells us that Pig will have faster roach speed. We'll have more mobile roaches overall. Still just droning, still just saturating. Both players are. Now they're calming things down. Shin is hunting down overlords. Being very adventurous as well. Catching more overlords, forcing Pig to respond. Pig is cutting workers. He's joining up to 44, only 44 workers, so basically a 2-base all-in. It's going to be a 2-base all-in out of Pig. Has taken a gas geyser to make it look like he's droning, but he isn't. And here we go. He is getting ready for his move out. Now Shin, he's up 10 workers, which means he did invest quite a little bit heavily here into his droning, and he is still making more drones, which is concerning. Shin needs roaches. Shin needs nothing but roaches at this point. And Shin is not fully aware. He's not fully aware of the all-in that's coming his way. And Pig is all-in. Hunting down overlords. Overseer will confirm. Shin, big scout. He does confirm the lack of saturation. Only 1 gas geyser, barely any drones. Does see all the roaches. That's enough of a tell. That is going to be enough. Shin now making nothing but roaches. And Shin will be able to outscale Pig over time. As the game goes on longer, it's better and better for Shin. So Pig, he's got to go. He has to pull the trigger. Again, +2 is halfway done for Shin. So Pig is on a bit of a timer here. He's moving out. At the same time, Lings, they hit the 3rd. We were already all in. They're forcing Pig's hand. But pushing up a ramp into Roach Ravager is not easy. See Pig trying to force his way in. Is attempting to overwhelm. He's got a good amount of roaches, but reinforcements are trickling in. And Shin is holding. And Shin will clean up most of these roaches. +2, almost done. And across the map, 11 drones went down. And Pig unable to break this. Good target firing out of Shin. GG, well played. And Shin will take game number 1. GG. Shin does take the first game. It was a very bold move for Pig to open up the way that he did, skipping Banelings, going for a Link Flood. Very bold move, trying to catch Shin off guard. At last, Shin responded with his own aggression, was able to shut him down. And then we saw the eventual all-in out of Pig. And again, if Shin had not scouted, if Shin had overdroned, then, I mean, he would have been caught with his pants down. But we did see the Overseer scout from Shin was able to confirm what was happening and just made roaches. Was able to respond. Did not overdrone. GG. GG, well played. Shin does take a lead in the series, and we'll see if Pig can bounce back here in Game 2. We shall see. But I do think that Pig has to rely on builds like this. I'm not too fond of the initial Link Flood, but trying to catch Shin off guard I think is probably the best bet here. For Pig, and I'm curious how he switches things up. You know, we could see like a fast Evo Chamber into like +1 melee Link Flood. We could see +1 Carapace, like Ling Roach Ravager all in, go for like the Solar build. There's a lot of options here. Lots of options. But here we go. Looks like we're getting ready for that second game. Meanwhile, I don't think we have any other updates. Oh, never mind. I was going to say we don't have any other updates, but no, we have the upper semifinals underway. We have Björn taking down Homono 2-0. Mute takes down 0-2-0, and Björn is up against Mute in the upper semifinals. Very impressive run here out of Mute. Again, he's the Peruvian Protoss player. I mean, taking down Geralt was insane, but it's a PvP, so I imagine that was a very chaotic series. Geralt, he's got some killer mid to late game PvP, so I would imagine that Mute did shake things up and was hyper aggressive against Geralt, I would imagine. But yeah, making it to the semifinals, making it into the money. Really, really impressive performance here out of Mute. Meanwhile, we just got another update. We have Estrella. Estrella takes down Epic 2-1. Oh my god. Hold on. Okay, I need to slip into those DMs. Epic, he took down, sorry, Estrella took down Epic 2-1, but okay. Looks like he did off race. I assumed so. Here we go. We're getting into game 2. But yeah, Estrella, he played Terran against Epic Zerg. Okay, crazy. So they did off race a little bit there, but then Estrella did play his main race and did take it in the end. So Estrella is waiting for the winner of this series. But shout out to Epic for winning game 1, which makes sense. Epic, he is a very, very renowned Zerg player as well. So it did pop off with a Zerg. But here we go, we're getting into game 2, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our Australian Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Pigpan. It is Pig. And we just lost a caster. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the number 2 seed of the tournament, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. Here we go. So a very chaotic game 1, which is what we want to see, what we do appreciate, and we already have our players droning. I was keeping my eye open for something crazy like a 12 pool or like a 15 hatch or something, but no, it is going to be hatch first. Hatch gas pool openers here from both of our players, and really we're looking for any big deviation. If you remember last game, we did notice that Pig did not pull out a gas, and that led into the fast Roach Warren. So those are the kind of things that we're keeping our eye open for, is like extra gases, delayed tech, delayed Baneling Nest, delayed third. Here we go. Also, shout out to Inexorable Cat. Fala galera, papi. Fala galera. Hello, Smither. Smither. Inexorable. Aye. Good to see you. Yo, where were you today? What's going on? I just realized I did not see you in the bracket. Inexorable. Aye. Hope you had a good day. Hope you've been doing well. Next time, papi. Next time. As both players are opening up hatch gas pools, standard opener so far. My prediction isn't working. Did the predictions not go in? Not, wait, did they not? Hold on, let me just double check. Okay, they went in, they went through. It scared me for a moment. But here we go. So far, we are settling in. We do have Shin pulling out of gas. Pig, he does pull out of gas this time. Okay, so it looks like Banelings. It looks like Ling Bane out of a Pig. It looks like we're taking our third bases. So far, standard setup, standard game. Okay. We are going to be settling in. So Pig is going for a different approach this time. Speaking of, yep, there's a Bailey Nest. We should be seeing the same from Shin. Bailey Nest is also on the way, so we're entering the Ling Bane phase of ZVZ. So we are in each other's faces. You see Pig trying to pick off a worker in the natural, but alas, oh, he wants it! Oh! Doesn't quite get it. Drone does get away. I was having dinner when it started. Ah, I see. Okay. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Hope you had some nice food. Papi, hello, Frost. Bienvenidos. As Ling is making some extra Lings as well, Bailings are on the way. Meanwhile, fast Roachworn out of Shin. Oh my god. Roachworn behind the mineral line. Does make it a little bit more difficult to scout. So Shin is taking. And Pig is unaware. Pig now moving out. Looking to apply some pressure, joining up behind this, rushing into a lair instead. So fast lair out of Pig, meanwhile fast Roachworn out of Shin. Those things they do poke in. Bane's not quite in position. Piggy gets one drone, gets two. Two drone kills, Banelings, they trade against each other. And Shin does defend. Two workers is okay damage. You can see Pig getting ready for a counterattack. I'm curious actually with this spine crawler. Pig, he did see the fast Roachworn. He is aware at least, so he's respecting it quite a bit with the spine crawler. Oof. Please out of bailing. Less than ideal. And Pig so far is on 3 gases. No 4th gas yet. I'm curious, especially with another spine crawler on the way. Is Pig getting ready for mutas? Bearing in mind, Shin is not making roaches. Yeah, Pig is overreacting. He's overreacting. He assumes, when he sees all these Lings, he assumes that there's a push coming, but Shin is droning. Shin has been droning the entire time, and Pig is going for the Spire. Okay, that makes sense. Oof, another Baneling goes down. So, brutal loss. But yeah, I was curious what the fast lair was for. It is for a muta rush. So Pig is rushing mutas. Spine crawlers, now they serve a purpose. They're required because Pig is not making roaches. He only has a handful of roaches. He's preserving his gas, so he needs to defend with purely minerals, essentially. With those spines. Now, Shin did scout 2 of those spine crawlers. That is a tell, but Shin, not piecing it together. He's droning, he's taking gases. He's getting to his own lair. Which means Pig will get away with the Spire. It will get away with it. Link Scout comes in. Pig also trying to confirm whether or not Shin is going for his own muta. Overseer scouts. Overseer does confirm as well. So Shin is fully aware of what's going on. And Shin, he responds with a Hydra Den. So very nice scout out of Shin. He gets eyes on the Spire. Responds with Hydras. Will have anti-air in time. And he's moving out with his roaches. Which again, I do think is a good call. Because it's forcing Pig to make roaches. You can see Pig making 6 roaches. That could have otherwise been mutas. Shin poking in. I don't think Shin really intends to commit. He could try to get behind the gas geyser. Speaking of, is going to trade. Pig's looking roaches, pushing into the spine crawler. Is not the best trade here for Shin though. He has to pull away. And mutas are revealed. And Shin does back off. But he's buying time. And the Hydras are on the way. Spores are being thrown down. Overlord's getting caught out. Going to be 1 Overlord kill so far. Not bad. It's 2 Overlords. But the Hydras, they have amassed in time, and these mutas, they haven't done enough yet. And you can see Pig, he's committing. He's committing to Muta play. We have a Baneling Speed on the way as well, so it's going to be Ling Bane and Muta out of Pig, and it's going to be Roach Hydra out of Shin. Banelings have potential here, but Shin hasn't taken any economic damage. And unfortunately for Pig, because of the high Hydra counts, I don't really see Pig denying the 4th. Yeah, the 4th is going to get up and running. And we can see that Shin, he's got a couple of options. He could try to take up into Lurkers, or just move out with Roach Hydra. And it looks like he's planning to move out. Plus swords on the way, more roaches are amassing. And the roaches are necessary to protect the Hydras. The way this works is that if Pig can somehow connect his Banelings with the Hydras, he can win the game, or he can win the fight. If the Hydras, if they are in low enough numbers, then the mutas can overwhelm. But if the Hydras are protected, then the opposite is true, where mutas can't really touch this amount of Hydras. So we'll see if Shin does commit. The 4th base is going to be under fire, and Shin, does he turn around? He does not. He's moving out across the map instead. He's going for the kill. Hydras are massing. Overlord's going down. Shin doesn't care. He's moving out across the map. Oh, and there's not a lot to defend at home. The mutas are racing back home. They do race back. Yeah, the base under fire. Shin knocking it down. Kills the 3rd. And can keep going. Mutas are catching reinforcements, thankfully. Shin does turn around for a moment. Honestly, he could keep going. He could just keep going and knock down the 4th as well. Looks like he's trying to catch out the mutas. But I'm not so sure he has enough Hydras. As Shin busts into the mineral line. No, the drones! Drones are going down as well. Ay, ay, ay. Gets 5 workers. Does keep the mutas busy. And Shin backs off and he's going Roach Hydra Infestor. I mean, the muta count is high enough to really justify that. Basically, 1 good fungal is all that Shin needs. He needs 1 good fungal. He's going to have 6. Jesus. that's a lot of infestors. Sorry, he's going to have 7. 7 infestors, 7 fungals available. Now, what's scary here is that he has a couple of different targets. Shin is looking to fungal the mutas, true. He's also looking to fungal the Banelings. If he can fungal the Banelings, then they will never connect with those Hydras. So it's going to be all about the spellcasters for Shin. The muta count is looking quite high. They're also prone to sacking, 22 mutas. Ling Bane towards the left, mutas on the right. And again, if Shin connects with those fungals, then he can shut this army down. No, go, no! Oh, okay. Raises the army. No big connection. Only catching 2 mutas. But now Pig knows. Now he's aware of the infestors. The roaches, they sneak out across the map. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, they get behind the mineral line. Oh, the Overseer got sniped! No shot. The Overseer got sniped earlier. Roaches, they do on burrow. We have roaches in the 3rd, roaches at the 4th, roaches diving into the main. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. And Pig is getting pulled apart. It's going to be 8 drone kills. On top of that, Pig is kept at home. Behind this, Shin is transitioning into Lurkers. So going Hydra Lurker Viper or Hydra Lurker Infestor. My apologies. Now, Pig still has potential with his run-bys. Like, he has a Ling Bane run-by set up here, and he can go for the mineral line. Army's out of position. At the same time, though, that means that there's that much less Ling Bane to defend back at home. So, I am concerned. Like, there's not that many Banelings to work with. Ling Bane gets revealed. Army's pushing in. And again, it's all about those fungals. Here come the Banelings! Roll in from the south. Fungals are connecting. But the Banelings do crash in. Hydras get surrounded, and a Pig, it looks like he will defend. Yeah, he will clean this up. Hydras are going down, but at the cost of 19 drones. We have roaches still in the mineral lines, still wreaking havoc. And even though Pig, he deals with the army, Shin can remax. Shin has an economy, Pig does not. On top of that, Shin, he saves most of the infestors as well. They do manage to make it back home. Bailing's on the way. They get 2 Hydras. Ooh, they get into the mineral line. Not bad. 10 drones. 10 drones go down. Roach run-bys continue. Or Roach water-wise? Harass. Does continue. Roaches, they get across the map, and more drones falling. Thankfully, there is now an overseer in position. Roaches will be cleaned up. But behind this, here come the Lunkers. Lurkers have arrived. Vipers are on the way as well. Shin, he's getting the ideal late game army, which is Hydra, Lurker, Viper, Infestor. And Pig is stuck with a mid-tier army with Lingbane Muta. Now, ideally, this can transition actually into Ultras, just because Pig has been working on melee upgrades. But the problem is that Pig doesn't have the best economy. Because Pig has been losing so many drones, he doesn't actually have a bank. He has a gas bank, that is true. He has a gas bank, but he has no mineral bank. So an Ultra transition is something that Pig can't really afford at the moment. As he's still on Lair Tech. I mean, there is still potential with all these mutas, true. As Pig is redroning, Pig is resaturating. Pig has a decent worker count now, but he's just now droned up. So it needs time. Pig does need time. Mutas into the main. They can snipe the tech, actually. Shin out of position. Now, Pig has to be very careful because now there are Vipers. And there is a bit of a combination here where you can fungal and powerbomb the mutas and completely shut them down with only spellcasters. So Pig has to be very careful. I don't think he scouted the Vipers, but he saw the hype, which is enough of a tell. Bailey's will be rolling into Lurkers. Oof, yeah, brutal spine shots. Lurkers, they deal with the Bailings. Mutas diving in, they pick off 1 Lurker. But again, like, Shin has the much more efficient army. Oof. We get a gas geyser, but at the cost of a handful of mutas. Vipers are on the way. And looking for that powerbomb. Mutas, they do spot the Vipers with the Changeling, actually. Pig is aware. Lingbane run by being set up. Gas Geyser goes down once again. The Lurker was not replaced. So there's 1 less Lurker to defend. So the Bailey run by has potential to break down the base. But Shin, he's got another mineral line. More Lingbane being set up. So Pig is trying to set up some multi-pronged aggression. And the mutas, they do go for... Oh no, the fungal, no! The fungal does connect. The mutas are going to be going down. The mass powerbomb at the same time. Bailings, they do crash in. They get the base, but Shin has another. Shin, his economy is still fine. And most of the mutas did go down. And Shin is about to max. He's about to max out. Pig going for another Bailey run by. He can go for the expansion. He can and he will. Gets into the mineral line. But at the same time, it's all about the main army. And Pig, he cannot stop this. Yeah, the base trade is the best chance for Pig. But he's only got a handful of Lings. I mean, this is Pig's army. Yeah, Lings in the main base are being cleaned up. And Shinny can just keep pushing. Shin just going for run-bys. Ultra Caverns on the way. You spoke about it. Ultras were definitely a viable transition for Pig, but he just didn't have the economy early enough. Early on. And Pig, he's sending his drones away. He's getting ninja bases, trying to hold on, trying to survive. I mean, again, the base trade is the best chance for Pig, but he just doesn't have that many mutas. As he pulls away. Mutas, they find some Hydras. Basically, Pig has to do everything he can to avoid the main fight. He has to avoid the main army. There are 6 Ultras on the way. But again, they can't really engage. I think the best chance for the Ultras is to commit to the base trade as well. Mutas, they hit the natural. Another expansion gets found. Now, if Shin has his lurkers split, then the Ultras could clean them up. What are the upgrades on the Ultras? Oh, they don't have kindness plating. So these Ultras are actually going to be quite squishy. They don't have kindness plating. They don't have +3. They don't even have +2, actually. So the Ultras are not going to be as intimidating as they otherwise would be. Oh my god. They get trapped by the changelings. And they're stuck in the natural. They're stuck. Step, bro. Let out the old. There we go. Ultras are let free. How many Ultras do we have? 6. 6 Ultras. Okay, if he can catch the army unburrowed. True. If he can catch the lurkers unburrowed, that's gonna be the best chance here for Pig. He lost all of his mutas. He has like 2 mutas left. He has Blinding Clouds. True. He can Blinding Cloud the army. Speaking of, it's not like this. Not like this. The Ultras, they melt. They cannot touch this army, and yeah, that's all the Ultras going down. Again, no kindness plating, no armor upgrades. They only have +1. So the Ultras were very squishy, and Shin can break through. There was potential, though. There was potential with the Blinding Clouds and with an engagement like that. As Pig, he's harnessing his inner Terran. He's got that copium. The Terran inside him. As he's doing what he can across the map, he has saved a good amount of workers. Got more Ultras on the way. He's doing that Terran thing where he's got like 1 Marine and 1 Medevac, and he's microing across the map. He's doing the same with the 1 Ultra. But GG, well played, and Shin will take the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A shout out to Pronetheus. Prawn. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. Thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Thank you. Thank you. We do appreciate the support. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Thank you, papi. Thank you. Do appreciate it, bro. Do appreciate it. Gracias, papi. Gracias. Oh. As we will be following Shin again. Shin, he will take the series, will advance on to lower semifinals, and Shin is going to be facing off against Estrella in the best of 3. GG, well played. But a shout out to Pig, because Pig had a really good performance here this week. Again, he caused a massive upset earlier against Dolan, bringing him down 2-1. A very surprising result and a very strong performance in that ZVT. He went down to Shin, but Shin is one of the favorite players for the entire tournament, so there's no shame in falling to Shin. So very nicely done here by Pig, making it to the quarterfinals. And now Pig, now we can cast. Now we can jump in, now we can cast. And we're going to be getting into the semis. Let's go. Going to be getting ready for those semifinals. Just catching up in the chat. Did Pig play random or did he pick Zerg? He picked Zerg. He picked Zerg in each series so far. Against all of his opponents. Against Milo, against Dolan, and against Shin. I don't think Pig plays random in tournaments. I think he usually sticks with Zerg. It's like Euthermal. Like, Euthermal doesn't play random in tournaments anymore. He mainly goes Terran. Similar. So, hello, Nino. Hello. Hello. Good fight version. Yeah, for sure. Really good showing. And with that, we are getting ready for the semifinals. It's going to be a best of 3 between Shin and Estrella. Let's go. As a reminder, Estrella is last week's champion. He's the reigning champion of the StegoMonday Cup. And we'll see if Estrella can pull that off 2 weeks in a row. Can he pull it off? Can he maintain that championship title? I believe, let me just double check. I believe Estrella is teamless at the moment. Yeah. Estrella is teamless. Here we go. We are setting up. I believe Beyond and Mute are mid-series. I believe they have been playing out their own matches at the same time as ours. So they are in their best of 3. And we are in our own. Now, we have seen... Oh, no. We have seen Estrella off-race at times, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be committing to his main race against Shin. And let me just double check, because I know that Estrella defeated Beyond last week, but I'm curious, did he defeat Shin? He did not. Okay. So last week, for those that are curious, for those who were not here, this is a, for now, at least weekly tournaments. Every single week we have the StegoMonday Cup, and Estrella, he had a crazy performance last week. Estrella, he was able to bring down Solar 2-0. He was able to bring down Beyond 2-1. And then take down Trap in the grand finals 2-0 as well. Estrella, he took down a top Korean player for each race, Trap, Byeon, and Solar, to be the champion. But Estrella, he actually missed Shin. Shin was also playing last week, but Shin, he was in the other half of the bracket. Shin went down to Trap in a best of. But Trap and Estrella are very different kind of players. So now they finally get to face off here. You know, they missed each other last week. Now they face off this week. Let's go. So they are just getting things ready. Looks like the vetoes are done and the lobby has been made. We are jumping to game 1 between Estrella and Shin. Predictions will soon be open in the chat. Best of luck. I actually don't really know who I favor in this series. I'll be honest. There is a lot of hype around Estrella right now. Like, Estrella has been doing really well in these online cups over the past couple of weeks. Has been doing really well, but so is Shin. Shin, he's been popping off. We've seen Shin defeat Max Packs on multiple occasions, with some very aggressive builds. A lot of them based on Dynasty. Shaking my head. But Shin has been looking good. He has been looking good recently as well. Very chaotic as always, very aggressive in his play. We'll see how they compare to each other. We shall see. As we're getting into game 1 on Post Youth. Jumping into that first game. Estrella's the only American player to win an American Weekly since Neeb. Fun fact. Yeah, Estrella, he, if you recall, the first weekly that he won was Tenacious Total Tussle. Was last week. And then it was within 24 hours he won the StegoMonday Cup as well. So 2 weeklies last week for Estrella. Let's go. But here we go, we're getting into game 1, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Post Youth, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg. Oh, going for a 15-15. Representing Gaiman Gladiators, it is Shin. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, going for a proxy across the map, we have the American Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing himself, currently teamless, it is Estrella. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. Again, Estrella, he was able to win both the Turtle and the Stegosaurus last week. And we'll see if we can do the same this week here, as it's going for a proxy 2-gate outside of the main. Oh boy. Now, there's a bit of a give and take here. On the one hand, if you recall, Shin is... Oh, he went for a 15 hatchery into a gas. Never mind. I thought it was a 15-15. So my apologies. Just going for the initial extractor trick. Probe does dip in, and this is ideal for Estrella. It is hatch gas pool. And the gateways are now finishing up. Estrella being very cheeky here. We'll see if he can pop off. As here we go, the Zealots are on the way. They're being chronoed out. are being chronoed as we speak. Likewise, Shin is still in the dark. He still doesn't know what's going on. The Overlord is about to confirm. The Overlord is about to see that the gateway is missing, but by the time it does, it might be too late. As the Overlord does poke its head in, we'll get eyes on the Cybercore, and we'll now confirm. Hold up! Where's the other building? Where is the gateway? It's nowhere to be found, as Shin does confirm. And behind this, Queens are on the way, Lings are on the way, no Spine Crawler. And the Zealots, they're about to push in. Yes, Shin confirming, there's still no gate, there's no expansion. The Zealots have arrived. And we'll see how Shin handles this. We'll see how many workers he will save and lose. But now, pulling away, buying time for the Queens. Queens are about to pop out. So far, so good. Shin just buying time, pulling the Zealots away. Queens have arrived. And he's going for the surround. It does drone jewel, does catch one Zealot. Nice pick off out of Shin. Gets one Zealot, gets a second. Very nice handling here out of Shin. He doesn't really lose much of anything. Gets two Zealots. The Lings have arrived as well. Adepts, they shade into the mineral line. But the Queens are keeping up. There's still one Zealot though. Gets 3 drone kills. 4 drones. Not bad. 4 drones go down. The Adepts, they can one-shot drones. 2 of them at least. And more drones are going down. Oof. As I say that though, the Adept is targeted. And Shin, he is stabilizing. He is dealing with this. Takes down both Adepts. Another one shades in, but it's on its own. And it looks like Shin has defended. Ooh. Does lose another drone though. But Link Speed kicks in. And Estrella has to back off. Estrella has to back off again. Just really patient play out of Shin. I'm very impressed. For Shin to just bide his time, to pull away his workers, buy time for the Queens, drone drill as well. But Estrella's not done. Now the downside, as we see here, nothing at home. There's nothing at home to defend. Shin is going for a counterattack. Thankfully, Warp Gate did just finish, and he can warp in defensively, or even recall. So Lings have arrived. Gateways are finishing up. There's the warp in, going for a sentry. Does go for the force field. Saving the pylon. Another Adept on the way. Speaking of, 4 Adepts shading into the main. And Shin is not droning. Shin, he's not droning up. He's making a massive amount of Lings. Loses 2 more workers. The pylon getting very low. And Shin, he will clean this up. Going for the Adepts. And he's getting ready for a counterattack as well. Back at home, there is an overcharge, so Estrella, he can try to overcharge and save the pylon, but the pylon is so low, it's down to 2 HP. Oh my god. Estrella needs a little bit more time for a force field as well. But a lot of Lings are falling. The pylon is barely kept up. We need a little bit more time for that force field. And just 1 more second, then we go. Force field is available. The overcharge as well. The Lings are locked down. And Estrella, he's holding. As long as he targets with the overcharge. Okay. Jesus. Does save the pylon. Overcharge pops off. And now Estrella is in a better position. Estrella, he's on a 2-base economy. Shin, he was cutting workers, if you recall, to make all those Lings. But he's now getting his 3rd base. And now Shin, he has to drone. Now he's forced to drone, looking to use Pulse Tab. That was 47 Lings. 47 Lings going down. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. 47 Ling kills. Most of those could have been drones. So Shin has to recover. And Estrella's following up with a 2-base all-in. How many gates? 7. 7 gateways for Estrella. It's going to be a 2-base, a Blink Stalker all-in. No Forge, no upgrades, no 3rd base, no further tech. It's all or nothing for Estrella. And if Shin is too greedy, he's going to be caught off guard. But like at the same time, he has to drone. The problem is that because he had cut workers for so long, he has to drone up right now, which means he's going to be lacking an army, which means Estrella, he has an opportunity. Does have an opportunity here to bring Shin down. Shin is now focusing on Roach production. He's cutting workers at 57. I think that's a good drone count to stop at. Goal base is on the way. So Shin is cutting workers. He's massing up Ling Ravager. And Estrella will soon break out. Soon break out with 7 gates. Now, unfortunately, there's no proxy gateway. Ideally, you would have a proxy across the map to reinforce. So it's going to take a really long time for the All-In to actually get reinforcements. There's no Warp Prism, there's no Bay, or there's no Robo. There's no proxy. So it's going to be an awkward All-In for Estrella. As you can see here, he's trying to warp in on the low ground. Slow warp-ins. 4th base is denied. Estrella does get a Ravager. Nice pickup. Gets 1 Ravager. Estrella rotating around. Oh. Does take a couple miles to the face. Let's take some files. Estrella backing off. So far, Shin is buying time. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Shin. Bear that in mind. Shin has the better economy. And Estrella's on a timer. It's an Overlord. Bleeds out a Stalker. Still has a massive amount of Stalkers. But Shin playing very carefully. Doesn't overextend. Has the Concave. Oh my god. Forcing Estrella back. Straight behind this, trying to reinforce. Robo's on the way. I believe that should be for the Warp Prism. At this point, I feel like the Robo should have been thrown down a little bit earlier, if we did need it. And we do. And the Overseer will confirm no further attack. Yeah, Stray, it looks like he's kind of missed his window. Shin is taking a 4th, chasing down the Stalkers. Estrella does have some sentries, though he can force field, and there's only 2 Ravagers. Sorry, 3 Ravagers. Estrella has potential. He's reinforcing with an Immortal. Leading out some Stalkers. And the blinks are good. I mean, Estrella, he's picking up a couple of roaches here and there, but the problem is Shin's gonna max. Shin, he's about to max out. He has the 4th base, he can transfer over. He's at 185 supply. Nice force fields though. Catching a handful of roaches. Not bad. Couple of roaches get caught out, and yeah, Straight, he has to commit. Once again, nice force fields, but last up piles, they knock them down, and more force fields on the way. And you can see most of the army just cannot engage. The force fields, they lock Shin away. They lock him out. But Estrella is also running out of force fields. There's 1 sentry left. And the final force fields get thrown down. And that was a good trade for Estrella, but he needs more. He needs more, and it's not good enough. Yeah, Shin stutter stepping forward. And focusing on more of these Stalkers, and behind this, Estrella, remember, it was an all-in. It was a 2-base all-in. He has no 3rd, he has no economy. He has nothing left behind this. And the all-in has just lasted a little bit too long. And Shin, what is he doing? He's snowballing out of control. Breaks through the main army. No Immortals left, is the Disruptor on the way. GG gets called, and Shin will take game number 1. GG. A very chaotic start to the series. We had Estrella starting off with a proxy 2-gate, if you remember, but Shin, he handled it very nicely. I was very impressed with Shin's patience, with him being able to pull away his workers, not really losing much at all, being able to buy time for his queens, dealing with the initial zealots, then the adepts as well. Very impressive. But then we had a back and forth. If you remember, Shin went for a Ling Flood, and he threw away 47 Lings. 47 Lings trying to counterattack, wasn't able to. Then we had Estrella following it up with the 2-base all-in, so it was very back and forth. But as we saw, the problem with Estrella's all-in was there was no War Prism or there was no Proxy Gateway. There was no way to reinforce. It took so long for Estrella to reinforce his army, so alas, he just didn't really have too much staying power there. He was eventually outscaled and overwhelmed. GG. GG, well played. Shin does take the first game, and now we're getting to game number 2. Let's go. Meanwhile, we have an update. We do have an update here. Björn takes down Mute 2-0, and Björn advances on to the grand finals. Björn is waiting for the winner of this series. Who's it going to be? As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss, the Red Protoss player. It is Estrella, the best player in the Americas. This time, calming things down and not going for a proxy. It was a very cheeky build in game 1, but it didn't really pay off. I mean, I mentioned before it was a very chaotic game, and there were moments for both players. True, there were moments for both players, but it was an awkward 2-base all-in from Estrella, and alas, Shin. Time was on his side. Oliveira cheering for Shin. Did take it in the end. And now we're going for a Nexus first. Because of course we are. A very greedy build here by Estrella, especially considering his opponents. Shin is not afraid to go pool first, or even 12 pool and go for aggression. So risky move, but is going to pay off in the end. It won't be punished. Typically you would see, a gate expand instead. So Estrella cutting corners. And I like it. I appreciate it. So a little bit more greedy here from Estrella here in game 2. If Shin had gone for a 12 pool or even a pool first, then Estrella would be in trouble, but yeah, it's gonna be okay. Shin opening up Hatch Gas Pool. Sorry, it's just stretching. Just stretching. As we are settling in. Interesting. So Estrella going Nexus first into a 2-gate follow-up. With this, Estrella, he'll be able to fully wall off earlier on and also open up double Adept. He could double down and he could go for a 3rd and 4th Adept really quickly as well. So we'll see how aggressive Estrella plans on being. We shall see. As the initial Adepts are being chronoed as we speak. Gonna be moving out. As Shin likewise takes his 3rd. We'll go for his 3rd. Is going to be droning. It is going to be a Stargate opener out of Estrella. Stargate in the main. Going for Oracles. I would imagine it could be a Void Ray opener. As the Adepts are moving out, Shin does have to make extra Lings just because it is a double Gateway follow-up. So 2 Adepts instead of 1. And Estrella does threaten the Shade, doesn't commit, not yet. Estrella being a little bit more tentative with his Adepts. Getting a Tumor. Threatening a Shade. And Estrella will be taking his 3rd. Alas, Adepts are out of position. Shin, he wants that 3rd. Uh-oh. At the same time, Estrella does Shade into the main, or into the natural. Decent drone drilling, but that's going to be 4 drone kills. At the same time, Lings get across the map. They're trying to knock down that front door. Stalker is going to fall. Estrella does full wall. Shin could actually deviate towards the 3rd base, but actually, I don't think Shin has seen it. Yeah, he has not spotted the 3rd. He's unaware. Oracle shaves off some Lings. And Estrella will get away with his expansion, or at least he should. Shin is going to check once again. Does confirm the third base is almost done. And Shin is going to attempt to delay. We got some damage, but with the help of the oracles, Estrella should be fine. Yeah, perfectly fine at this point. If Shin had gone to the third base initially instead of going for the natural, I do think he could have forced a cancel, but again, he wasn't fully aware. Did get a stalker at least, so did get some damage. Shin is looking for another way in. Meanwhile, oracles are moving out. There is a spore at the third. Oh! Likewise, a spore in the natural and in the main. We have a spore in each base. Queens as well. As the oracles get 3 drones, not bad. 3 drones in total. Get a decent layer timing here at the Shin. Just after the 5-minute mark. And Shin is indeed going for a safety Roach Warren. So he's not rushing into Ling Hydra. Does have a Roach Warren available. He could still tech into Hydras, but for now has Roach Ravager available to him. Ooh, and speaking of Roach Ravager, Estrella, he is not going into Blink. Behind this, going for +1 and a Twilight Council into Charge instead. So it's going to be Charge Lot Archon from Estrella. The Phoenix does deny the Scouts. Does make it that much more difficult for Shin to figure out what's going on. Oracles into the natural. They get 2 drones. Nice pickups. So you get 2 drone kills. Likewise, Shin moving out. Going for another run by. He's hoping to see what units are reinforcing. If Estray is warping in Zealots, then that would be a tell. I mean, High Templar as well. Means they're trying to find another Overlord. Won't quite be able to get it. But it's a massive gateway explosion for Estrella. He's already warped in some Archons. And Shin is going to need Roaches. And he will confirm. There we go. He does get eyes on the Archons. So he is aware of the Charge Archon. Hydras are amassing. Roach speed is on the way. No Roaches yet. Zealots are confirmed. The Lings will buy a little bit of time at least. Ooh. Delaying the 4th. But this army is going to hit like a truck, and Shin, he doesn't really have much to work with. He needs time. 12 Roaches are on the way. It's going to be a tough hold here for Shin. He's amassing as many Roaches as possible. Yeah, Zelsay dive into the 3rd. Queens are getting surrounded. The Queens are falling. The Roaches, they might just be too late. They're coming in from the right-hand side, though. They shut down the Zealots. The Archons are exposed. And Shinny's holding. He is going to be able to hold on. I was worried he was being a little bit too greedy going Hydra first, but no. Does get away with it. Roaches, they do pop out just in time. And Shin has held. Bearing in mind, behind this, the 4th base was delayed, and Shin, he can even try and force a cancel. Shin moving out. Disruptors on the way. Oh. Catching out the Phoenix. And again, Shin doesn't have to break the 30s. He's going for the 4th, trying to contain Estrella and deny the economy. It does force a cancel. Gonna try his luck here at the natural, getting the Disruptor. Ooh, Disruptor goes down. Massive pickup. Uh-oh. And Estrella, he's caught out. Doesn't have much left to work with. Shin pushing into the natural. He can just push his way through. Nice force fields. But Archons are falling. Rough losses there for Estrella. Cybercore goes down. Zell's getting picked off as well. And Shinny just pushes his way into the natural, forcing a recall. Are we coming in for the surround? Boys are being pulled, but the Archons are being targeted down. 1 Archon left. Brutal losses. 0 Archons left. And even though Estray is holding on, Shin, he has an economy. Shin, he can afford these losses. He can afford these trades. He killed, what was that? What, 5, 6 Archons? Yeah, it was 5 Archons going down. The 4th base, the Zealots, the Cybercore. Even depowering the production, delaying the Disruptors. And even though the supplies are close, that's soon not going to be the case. Shin can remax. Hive is on the way. Lurker Den is done. Getting ready for the Lunkers. Ah. No, the Hydras. Oh my god. Going for the Prism. They don't quite get it. Get out of here, Estrella. Is forced back. More disruptors are amassing. Bearing in mind, Shin is aware of the disruptors from the earlier push, so he knows he has to get ready with Vipers. So Vipers are most likely on the way. With them, he can abduct. He can focus on those high-tech units, whether it's Archons, Disruptors, Colossus, Immortal. There they are, the Vipers are in production. Vipers are on the way. There it goes off. Decent connection. Better splits though ahead of Shin. Does avoid the second over, takes down another disruptor. Ooh, the oracles get caught out. Estrella does force a cancel on the 5th. Not bad. Zelarambe distracts the main army, but the Vipers, they're gathering energy. And that's going to be the kill move here, as Shin is almost maxed out. We spoke about it earlier, like, what was it, like 1-2 minutes ago? The supplies were similar, but because Shin had the economy and Estrella did not, it only takes a minute or two for Shin to just skyrocket ahead, and he's maxed. He is maxed out. Estrella just now establishing his 4th. Estrella needs time. That's why he's going for these Zelarambites. He's trying to force back the army, buy time for extra warp ins. We'll see if we can pull it off. Meanwhile, big shout out to Cian. Ga, papi, ga. Fala galera, papi. Obrigado. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you enjoyed your cast. Hope you enjoyed your stream. I'm assuming you were casting. Yoink's coming in, abducting the disruptors. Never goes off. Easy connection. Connections aren't looking too bad, but we're running out of disruptors, running out of Novas. And Shin can keep pushing. Breaking through the Zealous, and there's almost nothing left. Estrella might be the reigning champion, but Shin, he is the number 2 seed of the tournament, and there's a reason why. GG gets called. Shin will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Shin will take it. I was hoping for a back and forth. I mean, we had a wild game 1 with the proxy 2 gate. It was crazy from Estrella. And it was very chaotic. Here in game 2, we had Estrella likewise going for an interesting opener, going Nexus first into a 2-gate follow-up. But we saw that Shin was just hyper aggressive with his lings, was able to pick off some key units, able to catch out the disruptors, of course, as well towards the end, and keep up with what was going on. I did think that, as we're heading over to the Korean server, but I did think that Shin was being a little bit greedy when it came to delaying his Roach production. If you remember, there was a big window where Estrella moved out with Chargel Archon, but he got scattered ahead of time. But he moved out, and it looked like he was maybe able to catch Shin off guard, but Shin, he made the Roaches just in time to defend. It was a very close defense out of Shin. As a result, Shin didn't lose anything. He didn't lose any workers. He shut down the army. Estrella was quite committed, and Shin snowballed from there. He cleaned up the army, he denied the 4th, and Shin did maintain that lead. But regardless, GG well played. GG well played. Estrella does go down, but made it to the semifinals and does still make a good amount of money in doing so. And now we're headed into the grand finals. We're headed for the finals, and I do need to set up my VPN because we're going to the Korean server. It's going to be a best of 5 finals between Shin and Byun. Let's go. It's going to be that DVT. And this could go either way. We have seen both Byun and Shin do very well for themselves in the off-season of EPT. They've both been very active. I would say that Byun and Shin have been the most active Terran and Zerg players respectively, at least from the Korean side of things in these online tournaments. They've been playing in everything. They've been playing in Sparkling Tuna Cup, International Total Tussle, the Water TV Monday, KSRS, StegoMonday as well. They've been playing in almost every single online weekly that they can get their hands on. And because of that, they've been playing very often. They often do face in the finals. And we'll see who takes it this time. I'm going to be shocked if it's a 3-0. We have seen some 3-0s between these two in the past, but they're usually like really chaotic games. So I'm hoping for a game 4. I'm hoping for a game 5. I'm hoping we can go the distance. But I do need to turn on my VPN. So one moment. Google One. Oh. Okay. Looks like videos are done. And we are jumping in. Now, unfortunately, it looks like I won't have enough time to turn my VP on for game 1. Hopefully I can get it going for game 2. I could risk it. Okay. I'll risk it. It's gonna be close. Okay, I think we made it. I think we're okay. Okay. Let's say curious. If I turn the VPN on as we're loading into a game, it does bug the hell out of the game. So we've been in that situation before, and I'm hoping that everything is okay here. Fingers crossed. The last time this happened, the UI was bugged, so we'll see what happens. Regardless, we're jumping into the grand finals. Again, it's been a very intense, very long event so far. We've had many amazing players rock up here in the StegoMonday Cup. A big shout out to Protostegosaurus in the chat for allowing this event to take place, for sponsoring, for hosting. A shout out to Pig as well. My apologies, I did forget to mention, but I believe Pig is also helping to sponsor this week and future events as well. So he is supporting the local scene, the online tournament scene. Do love to see it. And here we go. We are jumping into game 1. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Get your gamba going, because predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series, on who you think will take this best of 5. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Dynasty, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Byun. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player from South Korea, representing Gaiman Gladiators, going for a 15-15, going for the gold. Because of course he is here on Dynasty. It is Shin. Here we go. So best of luck in the chat. Predictions going to be open for another minute or so, so place your bets while you can. I do see someone asking in the chat, is Shin Ragnarok? He is. Ragnarok is Shin. Ragnarok, he name changed many years ago. It's been like 2-3 years. It's been a long time, but he does go by Shin now. Is his actual name. Did name change to his actual name. Fun fact, it's a really cute story. It's a really wholesome story as to why he name changed. But basically, when Shin made it to the grand finals of GSL a couple of years ago, when he made it to the finals against Maru, I think this was in 2022, or was it 2023? It was 2022, when he made it to the finals. His family went there to support him, and they actually couldn't pronounce his name. Like, they couldn't pronounce his ID Ragnarok, just because R is a little bit of an awkward letter, especially in Korea and in Japan and a lot of Asian languages. A little bit awkward to pronounce. So because of that, afterwards he name changed to Shin to make it a little bit easier for his fans and for his family to, you know, to actually say his name. There you go. Do love to see it. Do love to hear it. Awesome. We don't have to talk about how that finals went. If you remember, it was a grand finals between Maru and Shin. Oh, that's around! Oh my god! Shin! He's crazy! Let's go! Nice. Shin with the Spore Block, able to catch out the Reaper. Very nicely done. At least Byeon is aware of what's going on, but a very nice catch here out of Shin. With that, he can safely drone. Roach Warren's on the way, and he is going for a Roach Rush. Let's go. Let us go. But yeah, extra gases are being taken. Roach production will soon commence. Now, at least Byeon is aware, and he's going to be responding with a 2-1-1. Interesting choice. Going for a stim timing instead. Basically, what's happening here is that Byeon, he delays his factory. He delays the factory, he delays the starport in favor of a second Rax, in favor of stim. So it's going to be a very bio-heavy composition. Bunker is on the way on the high ground as well to help defend. And Byeon should be okay. Byeon should be able to hold on, which is why we can see Shin is droning. Shin, despite the very fast Roach Warren, he's going for a lair, he's droning up. He does make some roaches, don't get me wrong, but how many? 3. Only 3 roaches, and I believe Shin, yep, he only intends to harass the mineral line. So this looks more committed than it is. But I do think part of it is because Byeon scattered. So Shin, he's only applying some light pressure here with roaches, Ravagers are being morphed in as well, and just like that, 1 base economy. Just like that, Byeon cannot mine from his natural. That is the risky thing about this gold, is that all it takes is a ranged unit, a Reaper, a Hellion, a Marine, an Adept, a Stalker. All it takes is a ranged unit to deny mining here. That is why roaches are so common on Dynasty in this matchup. It's very rare to see a ZVT on this map without roaches, just because it's a way to try to apply pressure. So just like that, Byeon is stuck on 1 base economy. He's building up towards his eventual move out. Stim is almost done, and Byeon has a lot of Marines to work with. And I'm a little bit concerned because Shin has not scattered. He doesn't know what's going on. I mean, he does know that there are no Hellions, and if there's no Hellions by this point on the map, I mean, that's a little bit suspect. So he most likely is piecing together that it is going to be a 2-1-1. Marines are trying to catch out the roaches. Ravager does run into them, and Ravager goes down. Nice pickoff. But at least Shin knows. Now he is aware of the 2-1-1. And he's getting ready. He has to split up his roaches. He has roaches ready here in the 3rd. Roaches in the main. He doesn't know where exactly the army's going to hit. And Byeon is going right down mid at the same time. Another Ravager has arrived. Ooh, gets 2 SCVs. But Byeon, what can he find here? He will actually find a Queen. Nice pickup. Stray Queen goes down. Going for the Overlord. So Overlord falls as well. Supply lock Shin. Ay, ay, ay. Back at home, tank is now up and running. Byeon going for the 3rd, or going for the natural. And he can trade well against the roaches. Yeah, the hatchery may just go down. This 2-1-1 may just snowball out of control. The roaches are struggling. Lingze coming from behind. We do get this around. And Shin holds. Shin does hold, but this was an inefficient trade for Shin. And now Byeon is boosting towards the gold. Shin is keeping up. Byeon target firing the drones. Gets 1. 1 drone kill, 4 stepping up, and Shin does survive. He saves the expansion, he saves the mineral line, he holds. Whew. And now we can take a moment to calm things down. We can take a moment to breathe. Byeon can now mine freely from his natural. He has tanks in position. The biles will still delay some mining. Shin just being as annoying as possible with those biles. Behind this, Byeon is getting a 3rd CC. He's expanding. Likewise, Shin is droning up somewhat. He's saturating his 3rd base, at least a little bit. Shin is droning. You can see Byeon trying to catch out the Roach Ravager, but there's only 1 Ravager here in position. Shin already evacuated. And Byeon doesn't find what he's looking for. He does get an Overlord. The Ravager, he sucks it in. It's like hugging the wall. Does stay hidden. And Shin is trying to get in position. Wild takes down another SCV. Byeon forces to turn around. Shin is buying time. Oh! Finally goes down. And as a result, Byeon, he's been delayed, and Shin is building up a decent Roach Ravager army, getting to 1-1 upgrades, spreading his creep, getting a 4th expansion. The creep is still really awkward, and there's still no creep connecting the natural and the 4th, or the 3rd. Oh, but nice engage. Shin does catch a handful of those Marines. Behind this infestation pit, this should be for either infestors or a hive, or both. Shin is building up. And it is not uncommon for Shin to drone up to 66 drones, that is 3 base saturation, and then go for an all-in. So we'll keep an eye on the worker count for Shin. Every time, somehow he just gets a Ravager across the map. Gets 2 more SCVs. Oh! Oh my god. 2 more SCVs go down. Ravager gets the hell out of there. Bjorn is looking for the Ravager. Doesn't quite find it, but he eventually should. No, the Ravager, it's too soon. It comes in too soon and will get picked up. This time Bjorn staying in position. Hive is on the way. Hydrogen, it looks like shit is getting ready for Hydra Lurker Viper. So he's getting out of Roach Ravager into a higher form of tech. Ready nicely. Ready for the piles. Once again, just delaying mining. Forcing Beyond to be inefficient. Speaking of though, Beyond picks up 2 Ravagers. Very nice pickups. Oh my god. Tank shots are brutal. But really, Shin is just trying to buy time. He's droning up to 4 base saturate or 3 base saturation. The gold base is mining out. And he's embracing that Hive tech. Hive is now done. Lurker gens on the way. Hydra upgrades as well. And eventually getting to mass Lurker and Vipers. Bjorn is still building up. Shin is almost maxed at this point. It's almost maxed out. Bjorn getting a 4th. Here we go. And unfortunately here, like, Bjorn, he's stuck at home, he's being more passive, he's giving Shin the time he needs to max out and to take up. I'm sure that Bjorn was expecting Shin to be more aggressive. You can see here the defensive setup. We have tank lines here upon tank lines. Bjorn is getting ready for a Roach Ravager aggression. Little does he know that it's anything but.
We could use some help here.
As Bjorn was able to scan earlier. And as a result of being stuck at home, Shin is building up more Lurkers. Now, despite that, even with a Hydra Lurker army, it's still going to be difficult to break this position. I mean, Vipers have potential, with Abductions, with Blinding Clouds. Do have potential. Beyond rotating around. Denying at least some creep. The creep is lacking. That's another thing to take note of as well. Because of the low queen counts, there's just barely any creep at all. So when Bjorn moves out, he's not going to be slowed down much at all. Here comes Shin, pushing through the center. Trying to catch some of these tanks. Gets them on Blinding Cloud. Yoinks two of those tanks as well. And we'll get another couple of tanks. But still one of the best trades for Shin. Cleans up all the tanks, trying to gain ground. More tanks are on the way. And you can see Bjorn catching reinforcements. Moving up behind the army. Another abduction, another tank. There's 1 tank left behind this. Shin making his way towards the mineral line. He passes the tank. Tank goes down. SCVs are falling. At the same time, the drop is caught out as well. And Shin is pulling Bjorn apart. Takes down 12 SCVs. The upgrades. The E-base. Up. Can Shin get them? Shin keeping the army busy. eBay, the first one goes down. Denies +3. And massive pick off there for Shin. Vipers went back home, gathering energy. Biles on the tanks. Tanks will go down. Where's the bio? Once again, Bjorn out of position. Ghost going down, pushing into Lurkers. And Spine Shot's going off. And Shin is just taking a much better fight. It's just an awkward engagement out of Beyond, rallying into the army. Catching out more ghosts. And the Vipers are now stocked up. Abducting ghosts. Not the best pickoffs there with the Vipers, but it's fine. Gets a ghost regardless. And you can see Shin just snowballing out of control. GG gets called. He breaks on through, and Shin will take game number 1. GG. Again, just a really awkward position for Beyond to defend. He was caught in between his bases. Lurkers were able to get a very nice position. I was a little bit concerned that Shin was taking a little bit too long to pick up all the tanks, but he did manage to break through the tank line and was able to find an opening specifically at the gold base. And Beyond just had a really hard time defending both locations at once. He will split apart. GG. GG, well played. Shin does take a lead, but that was merely only game 1. I expect this to go back and forth. I expect, a game 4, maybe even a game 5. This is a best of 5, of course. Plenty more games ahead of us. Plenty more. As we're getting into game number 2. Jumping into game 2. And we'll see where this takes us. As we're going to be loading into post-youth. Now, game 1 was really awkward just because of the map itself. As a reminder, it all started with Shin rushing into the goal base and Beyond overreacting and expecting like roach aggression and being very defensive. When really Shin was just droning and harassing with 3 roaches. So there was a lot of mind games going on just because of how awkward the map is. Speaking of awkward maps, we have another. We're loading into post-youth. Oh boy. There is no Pocket Gold, but there is an in-base hybrid base. And here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Post-Youth, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Beyond. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Zerg player representing Gaiman Gladiators from South Korea. Lead the series 1-0. It is Shin. Go. So again, game 1 on Dynasty, or any game really on Dynasty, you shouldn't really take too much from it. It's a very unique kind of setup, a very unique map. You should be seeing something very different. Hello. Shin rushing into the gold. Never mind. I assumed that Shin would be going for a more standard opener, like a hatch gas pool, natural expansion. No. Shin, once he sees a gold, he can't help himself. He has to go for it. Yeah, I can't blame him. He's lured in by the gold, and he's rushing into it. Beyond currently is in the dark. He's still, opening up. We'll soon be going for an SCV scout, I hope. If he doesn't go for the SCV scout, then Beyond is going to be in the dark as to what's going on, and Shin can use this to kind of launch himself into an all-in. Shin can pop off. See how long it takes for Beyond to piece together what's going on. We shall see. As Beyond just going for a Rax Expand, no SCV scouts. That is going to be more ideal for Shin. Beyond, he's going to be waiting until his Reaper moves out to actually get a read on what's going on. His hatchery is being taken. So hatch gas pool out of Shin is main-arding over to saturate the gold. And this should be leading into an aggressive build just because this gold base is very exposed. There's high ground right next to it. These tank positions are brutal when trying to hold onto the gold, especially this early on. Likewise, you can attack from the left, from the right, from almost any angle. So I expect aggression out of Shin, and he is making a lot of links already. Pulling out of gas, getting into link speed. There's 8 links on the way. Reaper does confirm the hatchery is missing. Sips into the main. Queens are still on the way. Drones under fire. Shin does pull away in time. Bleeding out a handful of lings, but so far Shin, he's holding on. He's avoiding any economic damage. I say that. Oh. Drone does survive. And Shin holds. Shin holds, and Beyond, upon seeing the lack of expansion, he knows. He knows that the goal base has been taken. He knows that something is wrong. Ooh, is going 3 CC. Bold move. Bold move out of Beyond. He's going into an economic opener. 3rd CC before starport, which means this space isn't really going to be punished too much. I say too much. Beyond will have access to Hellions. He's going for the add-on swap. He will have some Hellions to work with, but not too many. And we'll see what Beyond can get done. Behind this, Shin taking his third. Again, I'm assuming this is the beginning of an all-in from Shin, just because of the gold base. But we'll see if that's the case here. As Byan is actually going 3cc211. I like this. So Byan, as opposed to a regular build, Byan is going for a stim timing. It is going to be a later stim timing compared to last game, just because of the 3rd CC. But it does mean he's going to be active with 16 Marines. 16 Marines, 2 Medivacs, stim. There's a lot of power behind that. But it does take a little bit to get going. So I mentioned before that Byan won't have many Hellions. He only has 2. Only 2 Hellions. So early on, Shin is not going to get punished. Shin, he's getting away with so much mining at the gold base. It's going to take another minute or so before Byan can be active with Marines. Overlord does confirm. Overlord sees both Raxes. Shin confirmed. He sees everything. He sees everything he needs to. He's fully aware of the 2-1-1. Behind this, lair is on the way. That is a very fast lair. That was a 4-minute lair timing. Jesus. Lair is on the way. Roach Warren is done. Gases are being taken, and it looks like Shin is going for... he's rushing into Roaches. Creep is looking good. And will the Roaches come out in time for this army? Actually, okay, so Byan, he's going for not just a 2-1-1, he's going for a 2-1-1 Hellbat push. Much more committed. I do like this. Considering the game state, considering that Byan has allowed this goal base to go uncontested, there is a lot more pressure on Byan to get damage. So he commits a little bit further by investing into the armory. And into additional Hellion production. Now, there's a bit of a give and take. This does mean there are less medevacs, because he does not go for the add-on swap. He keeps the reactor on the factory for extra Hellions for Hellbats. So, less medevacs, less sustain for the Marines. And Roaches are on the way. If Shin had gone Ling Bane, then Shin could be in trouble here, but with Roaches, he should be okay. Hellions, they go for the die. They're catching out 2 of the Queens. Very nice start to the fight. 2 Queens go down for free. At the same time, Lings, they hit the 3rd. Ooh, and Byan, does he go back home or does he commit? Hellbats are morphed in. Shin now knows how committed he's been. Ooh, CC taking a lot of damage. Oh. Byan, lift! Lift, Pappy, lift! No! It's gonna go down! Oh my god, 3rd base is killed, not cancelled, not nothing. GG gets called. Too many losses, a brutal mistake, and Shin takes a 2-0 lead. Ay, that should not be happening. Losing the 3rd base like that. Remember, it was a 3cc 2-1-1. The entire purpose of the build for Byan was an economic opener, and losing the 3rd base was unacceptable. Byan otherwise distracted. As soon as it went down, GG. That's game. That's game then and there. Ay. Byan, we have to bring it together, Pappy. We have to. Oh boy. So a brutal mistake there from Byan will cost him the game, and hopefully he can bring it all together here. There have been some rough moments. Game 1, if you remember, started with the Reaper getting caught and getting surrounded. Here in Game 2, CC not lifting. And Byan can be a bit of an emotional player, so hopefully he can take a moment, hopefully he can take a breath, calm things down, and take a tempered approach here. As we're entering Game 3, going to be a much more standard game. Oh, sorry, standard map, what I meant to say. I'm not going to say standard game when Shin is involved. I'm not going to say that. That's crazy. But a much more standard map is what I meant to say. And here we go. We're getting into our 3rd, potentially final game of the series. I'm hoping it isn't. I'm hoping we get it back and forth. I'm hoping that our Terran player here can bring it back. And here we go, spawning up on the right-hand corner. We have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion, down in the series. He has to fight back here and now to extend the series and to have a chance at the ace match. It is Byan. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. 1 game away from becoming this week's champion, going for a pool first build. It is Shin. Okay, couple of things. 1, no gold. This time there is no gold base to tempt Shin into rushing into a gold. Not here, not this time. But Shin is mixing it up, going pool first. Interesting. Now, with a pull first build, Shin, he can sneak out Lings across the map, and he can delay the economy for Byeon. And this is where Shin thrives. Something that I didn't really get to talk about, I kind of alluded to it at the start of the series, is that Shin is very aggressive and very unorthodox. I mean, we've seen that this series. Game 1, rush into the gold base, into Roaches, into Hydra Lurker Viper. Game 2, he rushed into the gold as well, into hidden Roaches. Like again, Shin, he's not the most standard of players. And even here, pull first is going to give Shin a little bit more momentum early on, ideally. Like where Shin thrives is forcing his opponent to respond to him and not letting them get into their game. You know, that's why I think it was like 2 weeks ago where Shin defeated Clem. I think in StegoMonday Cup as well. Oh wait, no. No, it wasn't StegoMonday. It was the Wardy TV Monday. Wardy TV Monday is when Shin defeated Clem with all-ins. Like Shin, he just all-in the hell out of Clem. But that's what Shin does best, you know, just playing not necessarily all-in all the time, but just being unorthodox. Even here, gasless. Gasless build here out of Shin. Very fast third hatchery because there's no gas. So quite greedy here from the Zerg player. Reaper gets across the map. Gets into the mineral line and will go for the drone. Ooh. Unable to though. Tempting, but the Reaper is forced back. Ling gets across the map and will delay the CC, but doesn't get much damage done. Looks like one SCV was killed, but only one worker. Meanwhile, Shin is defending. He has a queen in the main just in time. Reaper is zoned away. Now, winding it back a little bit here, when it comes to the build, typically when a Zerg player goes gasless like this, it is for Roach play. The reason why it's for Roaches is because there's no link speed. Link speed is heavily delayed. Because link speed is delayed, it's not worth investing. It's not worth making link speed, so gases are now being taken, and this should be for a Roach Warren. Speaking of, there it is. Roach Warren is thrown down. Again, that's usually how gasless openers play out, so Byeon should be aware. Byeon, he knows how fast the third was, so he knows it was gasless. And behind this, I'm not opposed. Ooh, yeah, 3cc Banshee is what I'm hoping. On top of that, Byeon is being even greedier. This is rarely done in this matchup. CC on location. Third base is on location. This is almost never done here in ZVT. Very risky, very greedy, but I like this. I like that Byeon, he's responding greed with greed, right? It's like he's gonna try to keep up, try to keep pace with Shin. So going for the third base on location, following this up with an add-on swap into Banshee. Again, I like this. It's going to be 3cc into Banshee play, which is ideal against Roaches. So far so good. Hellion's going for a dive, but there is SimCity. Drones are still going to go down. Potentially. Nice Spore Trick here out of Shin. Keeps the drones alive. Very nice defense. Shin does hold. He does defend, Roaches are amassing, but as we can see here, it is not for an all-in. Once again, just like on Dynasty, Shin, he makes a couple of Roaches, he moves out to threaten a push, but Shin is not pushing, Shin is droning. Shin is droning up, so he's kind of faking a move out, he's trying to force an overreaction, and Byeon doesn't take the bait, he's still being active, he's still looking for the move out. Spores are on the way. Byeon going for the dive! Oh! He goes to the wall, but alas, the Queen does get in position just in time. Evo block as well. Very nicely done. Shin, he walls up, he walls off. The Hellions do not get in. They get one drone at the third, and they force an Evo chamber. They force an Evo chamber. Nothing more than that. Good defense here out of Shin, but now the Banshees have hit the field. Banshees have arrived. No cloak. I actually like this. No cloak for Byeon, so no overcommitment. He does respect Shin enough to know that Cloak Banshees most likely won't get too much damage done. So Byeon doesn't overinvest. Instead, switching more heavily here into his 3-1-1 bio play. Double E-bays, double upgrades. Byeon is getting ready for the mid game. He is gearing up for the mid game. Ooh, Byeon getting supply block though for a moment there. Getting his third up and running, but that's why the saturation at the third base is a little bit late. His reproduction was a little bit disrupted there. Shin is getting into his 1-1, getting into Roach Ravager initially. Now, What's important here is that Shin has been quite greedy up until now. He's been droning up a lot, getting up to 71 workers. He has gone past 3 base saturation, and we see why. Shin is teching. Infestation bit's on the way. It looks like very similarly to Dynasty, if you remember, Shin is working towards Hydra Lurker Viking. At least that's what I'm getting from this infestation pit. Actually, I say that is Link Speed on the way. With Link Speed, we could see a Bailey Nest, and this could be for the Hive, yes, but we could actually switch instead of into Hydra Lurker into Ultra, if +1 melee starts after +1 range. So we'll see if if Shin switches into melee upgrades. Infestors are on the way. Save the Infestors. There's going to be 2 fungal growths for Shin. Byun is moving out. Hive is on the way. And we'll see, do we invest into +2 range or +1 melee? As Byun pokes in, Shin is keeping up. Oh. So far, so good. Shin is holding on to the 4th, maintaining his creep. Byun likewise getting his third base fully saturated. He is set up with the tanks, getting a 4th CC on the way. Byun is not going for an 8 ranks. He is expanding. And what is it going to be? We have +2 carapace. Oh my god, Jesus. 1 more bile. And we have the answer. That is melee, not +2 range. So it is not going to be Hydra Tech, not going to be Lurkers. This can go into Ultras instead. So that was kind of the tell we were waiting for. Meanwhile, the fungal does pop off. Ooh, and the Medivacs are caught out. Ooh, massive pickoffs. Medivacs do fall. The Bio Army as well. Ay. Again, Shin almost did that with just purely Biles. Does cost him some fungals, but well worth it for Shin. And again, from here, switching into Ling Bane. And there's that Ultra Cavern that we spoke of. Again, there were kind of 2 branching paths available for Shin depending on his upgrades, whether it was Lurkers or Ultras. Again, we confirmed those Ultras. And with that, Byun still has to piece together himself. Byun still has to piece it all together. Moving out with his Marines. So far, Shin is keeping up. Shin has no intention of attacking, by the way. Shin is purely playing defensively until he gets his Ultras out. I mean, Shin can go for Ling Bane run-bys, but he shouldn't be going for any kind of big committed push. And again, he's kind of playing with his reputation a little bit. Byun is so well set up defensively here, expecting Roach Ravager, but it's not coming. And the real fight's going to occur when Byun takes a 4th. Which he's about to. 4th base is on the way. That's 7 Ultras in production. Kindness Plating, +1 melee. The upgrades are going to be a little bit less than ideal for the Ultras because it's +1 melee, not +2. But what matters about the Ultras is the carapace upgrades. That's what matters most. The +2 carapace is finishing up. Alongside Kindness Plating, of course. Roach is trading. Tanks are caught off guard. 1, 2, 3 tanks going down. Nice pickoffs here to Shin. But Byun comes in with the intercept. Very nicely done. He will catch out some of these Roaches. And potentially some Ravagers. Ravagers do escape. Now, what's scary about what just happened, Shin, he got 3 tanks, and he wanted to lose the Roaches. As you can see here, Shin, he's remaxing, not on Roaches, on Ling Ultra. As you know, Roaches are very supply inefficient. They're very inefficient, so he wants to get rid of them, and he has, for 3 tanks. Ultras have arrived. They're now about to reveal themselves. Kindness Plating finishing up in 8 seconds. Does pull the trigger. Bit of an anti-timing. Ultras need 2 more seconds, but there we go. Kindness Plating is now done, and the tanks are going down. And Shin, he's looking to claim this series 3-0. He's chasing down the Marines, breaks into the 3rd base. Mineral Line is exposed, and there's almost nothing to defend. Byun kiting back to his tank. There's 1 tank left. It's gonna go down. Mineral Line is exposed, and the Ultras, they're popping off. They're getting very crisp timing here from Shin. Hitting with Kindness Plating, with +2. And Byun was also caught off guard. He was caught out in the open with his tanks. And I'm a little bit in shock. I was expecting more of a back and forth, but GG gets called, and Shin will take the series 3-0. GG. Whew. That was a very Shin series. GG, well played. For the most part, Bjorn was forced to kind of like dance to the beat of Shin's drum in every single game. Shin just going for these more unorthodox builds, or I would say at least not standard builds, right? We never had like a standard hatch gas pool into Ling Bane. No, not at all. Always Roach Tech, but even at times we saw the roaches were more of a bait. Specifically on Dynasty and on this map as well, I'm pretty sure Bjorn was expecting more roach aggression. He was expecting Shin to max out on Roach Ravager and move out across the map. That's why Bjorn was so defensive. That's why he had so many tanks back at home expecting Roach Ravager. Roach Ravager that never came. It didn't happen on Dynasty, didn't happen here either. Dynasty, we had Shin switching into Hydra Tech, of course, into Vipers, here into Ultras instead. Ultras have a lot of diving power, just because, I mean, they have so much armor, so they can tank shots and dive into these siege lines and break them as well. That's kind of the purpose of the Ultra. And yeah, Bjorn was unaware. He was unaware of the Ultra Tech. His tanks were caught out in the open. They were not actually behind any SimCity. Specifically against Ultras like this, you do need SimCity. You need walls. You need these big walls. You need to protect those tanks, keep them behind, have these choke points as well to take advantage of the melee units that Ultras are. But Bjorn wasn't set up for that. And GG, well played. Shin does take the series 3-0. Very impressive. Very impressive performance out of Shin. Meanwhile, shout out to Bjorn, by the way, because it was not easy to make it to the grand finals. So again, big shout out to Bjorn for competing and for making it here into the finals. Bjorn has been very active, playing in last night's Wardy TV Monday, and I would not be surprised if Bjorn also played in the Kalaris Steadfast Roddy Cup as well. Bjorn is a very active player, but alas, does meet his end here at the hands of Shin. But again, it's one of those things where Shin is just a really awkward player to play against. Like, there's so many mind games happening at the same time. Like, you're second guessing yourself. Like, is Shin gonna commit to roach aggression? Is he not? Is he gonna drone? Is he not gonna drone? Like, it's just, it can be so hard to read him, and Shin intentionally plays with that as well. Like, I would not be surprised if the next time Shin and Bjorn play, Shin does go for roach all-ins. Like, if next time Shin does do what is expected, but then you have his opponent in Bjorn kind of like second guessing himself, maybe being too greedy, being like, last time I thought it was a roach all-in, it wasn't, so I should maybe be more greedy here and maybe take it a different way. And it's tricky. It can be tricky. Regardless, congratulations here to Shin. And with that, we wrap up our tournament for the day. We will be wrapping up our broadcast here. Again, it was a pretty intense couple of days when it comes to casting Sparkling Tuna Cup. We did have the Wardy TV Monday and the StegoMonday as well. Once again, a massive shout out to Stegosaurus for hosting the event. If you want to help support the tournament, you can do so via Matcherino, !Matcherino in the chat, and you will get a link to the Matcherino page where you can help fund the tournament if you wish. Otherwise, watching the event is all that we ask for, whether it's here on the CranKy Ducklings, whether it's over on Pig's channel, Steadfast, Dave Testa, Chicken Man, Bomyoja, and many other casters and much other coverage, even in other languages like Enki, like Inu, like Mapu, who I don't know if he casts in English or in German, but again, we have plenty of other casters, plenty of other coverage, Rocklet, Cyan, for example, as well. So big shout out to all the other casters out there, and yeah, with that, GG. Thanks so much for watching. And a shout out as well to Pig for specifically this week and future weeks for helping to sponsor the tournament as well, to make it a little bit more sustainable and help out Stegosaurus. Like, we love Stegosaurus, you know, he's a very passionate fan of StarCraft, but he's been investing a lot. he's been definitely investing a lot of his own money into a lot of these tournaments, whether it's the StegoMonday events, whether it's the Orsosaurus Cup, even our own Tenacious Turtle Tussles. You know, Stegosaurus going out of his way to donate there as well. So a very, very impassioned StarCraft fan. We do appreciate it. Thank you, Proto Stegosaurus. Thank you. Much love, much support. Otherwise, with that, GG, well played. We are going to be wrapping up here for the time being. Our next broadcast is going to be, let me just double check. Our next broadcast is going to be, I believe, in 2 days. I think we have tomorrow off. Let me just double check. Yes. So we won't be casting tomorrow, but we will be hosting the podcast on Thursday. So we have Wednesday off. We have a podcast on Thursday, and then we have plenty of tournaments over the weekend. We have KSL, we have MSO, and STC. So plenty of casts over the weekend. Because we won't have a cast tomorrow, or later tonight even as well, I will be laddering. I'm a little bit tired, but I will be laddering. We'll be having a cheeky ladder session to play some StarCraft. It's been like a week. It's been a week since I've touched the game, ladder-wise, but we'll be jumping into that momentarily. We'll be jumping into that, so look forward to it. I'm ready to smooch, papi, ready to smooch. And maybe get some food as well, because I'm a little bit hungry, so a little bit peckish. I haven't had breakfast, and it's almost 3 p.m. It's almost 3 p.m. in the afternoon. Ay. Crazy. Oh. That is the plan. Otherwise, if you want to help support the CranKy Ducklings, you can do so by following us on all the social medias, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. You have all the links in the chat. Plenty of ways to follow us. You'll be notified when we go live on your social media of choice, so do consider following us there. Otherwise, you can join us on Discord, and you can interact outside of just the stream and outside of just casting. Also, if you want to support us monetarily, you can do so by subscribing or Patreon as well. We have plenty of emotes in the chat. The emotes, they're beautiful, they're lovely. The duck, much love for the duck. So you can subscribe, or you can check us out on Patreon. The money that we make on the channel goes towards our tournaments. You can see our Patreon goal right underneath Shin's name. You can see we currently make 246 USD a month, and that all goes towards our tournaments. We have our next stretch goal to help fund our tournaments and help grow them, and help provide a little bit more to the players that compete in them as well. So it's all the details are all kind of laid out on the Patreon if you're interested. Otherwise, thank you for the support. We're going to be heading off for now. I'm going to go quickly get something to eat before I go live. I don't ladder on this channel, as a heads up. I don't ladder on the CranKy Ducklings. We leave the CranKy Ducklings for like talk shows and casting and like team content. But I do ladder on my personal channel, light_VIP. So you can click on the Twitch title if you wish. I'll be raiding the channel momentarily as well. So if you're interested, we got you covered. Or I'm going to be going live there. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for the support. We'll see you guys next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you in 2 days or in a couple of minutes. See you soon.